for it to tell me that it's live. Hello, welcome. Can you see me? It says we're live. Okay, right. Beautiful. Brilliant. Fantastic. I can see the chat. I've got this all working. It was, oh my God. Right, hello and welcome to our live reaction stream for AEW Double or Nothing 2025. It's myself and Russ, just like last time. He's up and he's ready, and he's defending the title for Ross tonight. Can't hear me? You should be able to hear me. Can't see, can't hear. Hello, welcome. There the boys are. Okay, so I am live. I am visible. Everything's fine. Sounds fine. It's good. Perfect. Thank God. Jesus. That was a lot. Right, so let me just make sure I've got that there. I need to just find the link for this. Hello to everybody joining. Where are you watching from? Hello to Xander, Poison, DJ Marcy Moo, Rooty, Son, Michael Parkinson's Free Parker Pen, Lisa McMullen, Dro Davidian, Wendy, RJ, Beast Mode, God One. How are we all doing? I think I just need to do this 2 seconds. If you bear with me 1 sec, just making sure this is all definitely ready to go. If I open that, and then I click on this, and then we go to that, and then we mute that, and then I take this over here, or I put it there, then I should be able to. There we go. Right, now it's all good. I've got the stream, I've got the chat, I've got Streamlabs, I've got OBS. Hello and welcome. How are we doing? The stream is myself and Russ, as you can see, my fabulous assistant here to the left of me. I'm going to quickly move some speakers, and I'll be right with you again. Just so I can hear what comes through. That's there. That'll be fine there. Okay. Russ is a man of few words, but you can make him say whatever you want to make him say. If you just follow the streamlabs.com/cultaholic link. Russ had some interesting things to say when Mother Wayne popped up last time. We have an hour and 13. We've got 2 pre-show matches, I believe. Let's get the card up. Double or Nothing 2025. So on the pre-show, we have Megan Bain and Penelope Ford versus Anna Jay and Harley Cameron in a tag match, and Roppongi Vice and CRU versus Bandito, AR Fox, and Los Titanes del Air in an 8-man tag. So we've got that to look forward to. What time's Adam's Omos giveaway? I never understand anything. I feel like every joke's just like... Daddy Magic looking rather orange. He's just radiant. He's glowing radiantly. For all you wonderful people out there. Few words nearly broke YouTube last pay-per-view. He swore twice, and he tried to blame it on me. And we're having some beers tonight. It's my birthday at the end of the week. So.
Hi, Sam. I am so excited for tonight. I have been telling my non-wrestling friend all about Hangman 6, and God, I love him so much. His promos about depression and struggles true connect with me and give me hope. He ain't winning, but I can dream. Love you, Sam.
Thank you very much for that, Quinn. You absolute legend. Wise words from Russ. I thought I was being smart by scaling that up because it was getting lost in the bottom there, but I'll scale it down again. And I'll put it there. When the next one comes through, we're going to have to probably shimmy it a little bit. But you said, I am so excited for tonight. I've been telling my non-wrestling friend all about Hangman 6. And God, I love him so much. His promos about depression and struggles truly connect with me and give me hope. He ain't winning, but I can still dream. Hangman he's so good at connecting with people on a human level, which makes, especially when you start to see sort of him becoming untethered, sort of losing grip. And it's something we can all connect with, right? It's something we can all relate to. But he's very good at pulling that out and sort of bearing it in front of an audience. So I completely agree with you there. It's Ross's non-union Mexican equivalent. He doesn't have a mustache. He needs a mustache, doesn't he? There's no pen. Oh, we should have put a bit of a porny tash on him. We got the stretcher getting wheeled in ready. Stretcher getting the stretcher's getting the pre-pay-per-view treatment. Like when you'd see the NWO pull up in a limo, the stretcher is getting walked in. He does need a stash. Right, let me just make sure I've got everything. I think everything's okay. The next time we get a dono through, if it goes off screen, tell me. Just spam, Sam, you are crap at your job. Get better. Like the barber chair at Mania. The stretcher is over. It's over with me. Although, I think it's getting a bit big for itself like these days. It's sitting up on its way, and usually it'd be flat, right? Leanne Timbooks, I'm glad I finished grilling food for my family. Time to sit back and relax for the pay-per-view. What you been grilling? I recently got a load of chicken wings that I'm really looking forward to cooking. What games do I play? Well, when I stream, I'll usually do some form. I started off as like the simulator guy, so I was like Truck Simulator, especially. If you are a Thursday stream regular, we did a lot of Euro Truck Simulator. We do marbles on stream.
Is there any interest in adding more Java Sparrows to your arm or any other UFO catcher items?
What a great question, Russ. Thank you very much, Xander Macho. So, Bunchan the Java Sparrow, that ties into what games I play. I really love the Yakuza series. And during lockdown, got really into the Yakuza games, but got mainly into like the mini games, like going to the UFO catcher. So, Steph tattooed... Bunchan the pink Java Sparrow on my arm. It's going to get moved. I think I'm going to laser Bunchan because I've got Majima on the back of my leg as well. So I think Bunchan's going to move to the silly leg because I think this arm's going to get a bit more serious. But I want to get some more Yakuza especially related stuff, but I think definitely there'll be more... I'm trying to think what other UFO... It's all like square pets now. It's all like the pixelized pets and stuff, isn't it? I want to get Onamichio-kun. I think we get Onamichio. That would be... Oh, Jack, the jobber's here. Yeah, look at him. Sunderland won. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
How you doing?
Oh, my God.
Let's move that round for you. There you go.
Hey, everyone.
Jack's here.
Oh, it's been a big weekend.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's
Oh,
you've crawled all the way back to the Premier League.
Oh,
The really slow way as well.
it hasn't sunk in.
No, I can imagine it's...
God, is there a map? Right, I might have to
Yeah,
run back.
okay, run back.
One sec.
Oh, maybe not. No.
So they've just said there it's an ambulance match, not a stretch. Well, it's a stretch match with ambulance rules.
So what, are they going to have to
You've
take
got to
them
get them
out?
you've got to get them in the ambulance.
Okay,
on
so
the stretcher.
shenanigans.
Door has to be shut, they said.
All right.
Yeah. Can't read the chat.
I'll move that. There you go.
Oh, no, I've just not got my lenses in.
Jackie, looking forward to getting battered twice by the Mags next year.
Yeah, but I don't care anymore. I don't care right now.
Back in the Premier League.
Come on.
More importantly, you see Ross Stewart scored today, Jack.
Yeah, for Southampton, I did. Congratulations to Newcastle for getting Champions League.
Epic Universe just met and hugged Audrey. Everyone is chanting yeet.
What, the referee? Or
I guess Aubrey Edwards. Jack, get on mic. How long you been doing this? Well, it's the mic doesn't stretch much.
Oh,
further.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Right, I just wanted to. I'll run back. It looks like things like that.
Yeah, I think they're gonna kick off.
Oh, I've not knocked off.
No, it's okay. It's okay. He'll be fine. See you in a bit. But yeah, in terms of game, like I used to really love like Final Fantasy and stuff, but the more I wound up having to be an adult with a job and everything, it's like the less time I've got for mega long RPGs. So I wanna get back to some, but I'm just sort of I'm just sort of like, there's too much. I've not even finished Red Dead 2 yet. I also need to, what is it, man? What was I going to say? Oh, Doom. I've not finished Eternal
I was going to
yet.
save this chat for later because I always give you my Yakuza updates, but I have now finished Yakuza Like a Dragon and it has surpassed 0 for me. The found family stuff was just exactly what I love. Plus, I think they connected the all crew.
I really agree, Russ, and thank you very much, Quinn. You said, I think 0 for me is always going to be like the most special one because like it's the first one I played. It's the first canonically, and it has the most Majima. And it's like the sort of horrible origin of Majima. And I love that. But I agree with you. Like a Dragon, so I've not finished Infinite Wealth yet. But Like a Dragon, it's like, they made an RPG for adults, didn't they? About how hard real life is. And they've got to find each other and help each other through their struggles. And I think it's unreal. Probably the best overall story writing of the entire series, though, I think Like a Dragon has. No giant cactus tap for Final Fantasy. Cactuar? I'd get a Cactuar. I'm currently on a final 100% run of GTA 5 before leaving it behind. I don't think I ever 100%ed it once. Lisa McMullen, I've got no patience for video games anymore unless it's wrestling or fighter games like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. We've been playing Wrestling Empire on stream. If you join us over on Patreon, there is a full archive of our Twitch stream, so you can catch up on the 10 adventures so far of Local Man. Patreon.com/Cultaholic. Please do check it out. But we kind of Wrestling Empire is just a very weird game made by Matt Dickey, who is he's like a mad genius. But like you can just use a chainsaw in a match if you want. Like you can cut people's arms off. You can throw your rivals in front of trains. It's very like halfway between wrestling, halfway between Prison Simulator. Yeah. Brrr. I've only played. I started playing the U Testament, but it's one of the 2D ones. I want to get Hard Time 3, but it's like 17 quid. Jack is doing what happened at. So Jack, I imagine, will intermittently, if they do the 2 pre-show matches like now, back to back, and then they're just going to talk for ages, he might come through, but I think he's going to be sort of sitting there ready with the laptop. He's really happy, isn't he? What am I drinking? I got 4 cans of Carlsberg. Delicious. It was 5 whole pounds with a club card. Get yourself to Tesco, everybody. Although they'll have cut off serving because it's 11 o'clock. But yeah, if you've not played Wrestling Empire, I can't recommend it enough. It's on like every platform. You can even play it on your phone. But there are loads of mods out there. People have modded in like full like create a wrestler builds of the current WWE, AEW, AAA roster, like everything. But you've kind of the booking mode's pretty crazy. We've not even dipped into that side of it yet. But we're just kind of having a career mode where we are trying to kill all of our opponents. Let's get a club card sponsorship going. We've got a few staff who used to work at Tesco. We can make that happen. Sure, come on, Tesco, be nice. Give us some of that big money. Spidey Boy Eli, I've not been tattooed since I got tattooed off Jord and AJ down in Sheffield. I've got a little kid slug on my leg, and then from Jord, and then AJ did. I've got like a little poison frog on the back of my arm with a skull in it. 10 p.m. cut off in Scotland. What did you do to deserve that? I've been on the vodka and rum since 4:30, so yeah, I'm going to be a little S tonight. Let's go, club card. You need one now. You can't buy anything in Tesco without it being 45 quid unless you have a club card. A meal deal's like a £5. I'm a Spider-Man cosplayer. I'm getting with great power comes great responsibility on my forearm. When I got my 3D printer, I was seeing all these like crazy builds of like people make Iron Man masks that have like rotors in them so they'll open up and stuff. But it's the Spider-Man ones were like really fascinating. People make the eyes, but they're all on like gears and stuff, so the eyes like move and change shape, almost like it's animated. Like, it blew my mind. Lupongi by Sam, a fellow Bleach brethren. How's the integrity of the locks going? And how do you keep it so lush looking? At the minute, I'm trying to just sort of make sure I'm conditioning the hell out of it. I've got a lot of split ends going on, but I'd been bleaching it for like, just trying to look at it now. It looks haggard, man. Like, I'll show you. It's like frazzled. It's not too bad. Like, I'll try and use like hair repair stuff on it, like just to make sure it's healthy and hydrated. And the Aussie Moist conditioner is the boy. But at the minute, like, if I wear a hoodie to work, just ask anybody in the office. My hair is everywhere. I don't know how much is going to be left. But I'd been bleaching it for 5 years or something nearly. So it was like, I need to give the top of it a bit of a rest. Might bleach it again, but leaving it a long time, obviously, as you can see. I'm going grey anyway, so at some point it's all just going to be white. Why isn't Andrew saying anything next year? Because it's not Andrew, it's Russ. And you can make Russ say whatever you want if you go to streamlabs.com/cultaholic. He was a bit of a horn dog last month, so let's hope he's going to behave this time. But I've got a feeling that you aren't going to let him do that. You look like a silver fox when it all goes grey, Sam. That's what I'm hoping. I've got a nice little streak coming in, which I was like, yeah, that's pretty good. Like, quite happy with the tiny little streak coming in, like up here. But it's all just gonna go grey before I get a decent streak going. Buddy Matthews is my favorite moist Aussie. Just same, Spidey boy, same. Josh, honestly, like, the only advice I'd give to people, like, I started on my forearms, and it just feels stupid. Like, because now, like, I've met so many amazing tattoo artists, and, like, I've learned so much about tattoo, and I just want to get really big, sweeping arm pieces and stuff. But it's like, if I want to do that, I'm going to have to laser loads of stuff off. So I've got a silly leg, like, my left leg is just covered in, I've got a little tooting butt. Here we go, Megan Bain is coming out. Baboom. So we got Penelope and Megan Bain. Grow another arm, silly. I thought about getting a Pokemon tattoo, but I don't know what I'd want to get. I'd sort of want to get something relating to gold, I think, because gold was like my favorite one. I have the pay-per-view on my computer, Sam on my iPad, and Border Brawl on my phone. What's Border Brawl? I need to Google this. It sounds like something I'd get. Oh, TNA Border Brawl. I thought it was like some crazy like app. It sounded like something that would get advertised to me on Duolingo. Get the entire town map on your back. There's been so much wrestling this weekend. Poison, I'd say if you want to get Ghibli, just find a really good artist and stick with them. Because you want that consistency through the designs. Pokemans. Isn't Adam Pachinko enough of a Pokemans? I've got a Pachinko machine at home. And I'd love to stream playing Pachinko. I've got Lord of the Rings Return of the King Pachinko machine. But if I streamed it, all you would hear is just... And then it'd go, Gandalf. Because it's just so loud. Ben, thank you very much for donating there. He said, in the arena for my first live pay-per-view, Got Takes Love. Well, first off, have a good night. What are you doing on here? Enjoy the match. But I hope you have a wonderful night. Your first live pay-per-view is always one you're going to remember. So do enjoy it. Up the Ben, indeed. Spyro, there's so much in Spyro. I'd get like the little egg thief, I think. Just coming out, like hiding, just coming out of my butt crack. And he's just got the little egg or something. Or in your armpit. That'd be an awful place to get tattooed. Right, here we go. So we don't have predictions for these matches. But when the main card starts, we've got predictions for all but the Callis family match. So we will have the picks on screen. So Russ is standing in for Ross tonight. Sprite a 7-Up. I've got to say Sprite, like, I grew up a 7-Up kid. But Sprite's just got that. There's like an extra element of sweetness to it. Matt Champ was my first shiny. The starter pack. The starter deck. I remember opening it going, oh my god, look at all these. Oh, it's just all energy cards. God damn. Carrying Russ to a 5-star classic. I'd like to think so, Josh. J-Beck, I have a full sleeve wrist to chest completely covered apart from my armpit. I'm not stupid. I've seen people get their armpit just absolutely done when they've got like a blackout sleeve or something. It just looks like hell. You'd have to be absolutely off your lips, like on painkillers, surely. It's like people who get the soles of their feet done. I want to get my palms done at some point in the future, but even that's apparently horrendous. I bought cherry Dr. Pepper recently and couldn't taste anything different. The cherry Dr. Pepper, I like is it cherry and vanilla one? You can get in the States. I love that one. Okay, so Anna J and Penelope cleaning up right now. Oh, sorry, Harley and Anna. Actual show is going to start in 54 minutes and 34 seconds, according to my screen. I had a tiny one on the pad of the palm that stung like hell, couldn't move a finger without pain. I kind of want something that goes, like, onto the hand. But you've got to like do the line work over and over again from what I've seen. Has Russ got any tats? Can we strip him? I think they do. Calm down, everybody. He doesn't have anything there. Let's use the belt to cover his dignity. I think he's got his chest hair tattooed on. It doesn't seem to be very, very hairy. Inner wrist's not too bad. Like, it's really bad. Like, these sucked down here. Sweetmeats, all this stuff's kind of all right when there's a bit of muscle to it. Elbow ditch was terrible. That was like in there. That really, 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 really hurt. All right, Daniel, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Full government name on his Soda is my addiction. Dr. Pepper is my primary care physician. I had to stop drinking Dr. Pepper. It was turning my teeth like rotten. But I was yeah, like, oh man, it was like all I drank for about a 3-year stretch when I was a teenager, and I just couldn't, like, now it's sort of tainted unless it comes in a can. For whatever reason, Dr. Pepper out of a can for me tastes superior to everything else. Outer wrist was a little naughty, especially the little bone. Anything near a bone gets a little bit fun. All right, Julian, how you doing? Steven Scodes, thank you very much there. You said, Sam Driver, you legend. How are you? Hope you're well. Been loving the Nitro review lately. Lovely to see you. Hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you very much, Steven. And I'm glad you've been enjoying the Nitro review, especially the bit where Eric Bischoff tells Tom that Jeff Jarrett should never and was never a horseman. Should never have been, sorry, and was never officially a horseman. Back of the wrist was meant to be really painful, but I was watching Shark Week, so didn't notice. just too transfixed by the shark. If you can stay distracted, that's the key. But I think for people getting their first tattoo, like, the adrenaline carries you so much more than you think. Because, like, this whole arm, I'll cover up because there's boobies on my arm. But this whole forearm, I'm trying to work out the camera. I've been doing this for how long, and I'm trying to move my arm further off screen. That whole forearm bit was my first tattoo. And for the first, 4 hours, you're just sort of riding that adrenaline. It sucked after that, 'cause it was, nearly 8 hours. But I think as long as you don't get anything too big, your first one, you're kind of dreading it so much that when you go in there, it's nowhere near as bad as you're expecting ever. Calves aren't too bad. The problem with me is because I've got a sedentary job. It just takes forever for my my legs to heal. Demonetized. Dr. Pepper Zero is lush, says Paul Snell. Where's Ross? For real? Haha, is he okay? So Ross has insomnia, so Ross can't, sadly, can't do the late night streams. If it's earlier in the day, then he'd definitely be able to be here. But at the minute, he's got to take care of himself. He can't, unfortunately, be here, which is why we got Russ and his little feet. That did not look like a foot at all, especially especially from where I pulled it up from on screen. Oh, Russ. Oh, no. Oh, God. YouTube, it's his foot. It's his foot. He's just got no bones. This is just making it so much worse. He's got 2 of them.
More muscles does not affect the pain experienced during a tattoo. It's a matter of how many nerve endings are in a particular area of the body.
Well, I'd imagine so. Thank you very much, Paul. But in my, from whenever I've been getting them done, it felt like it was worse when there was less sort of flesh and more bone. If there was more flesh there, I guess, not just muscle, but more flesh, it was all right. Thigh was a kind of one that bucked the trend. It was fine in the middle, toward the knee, right close to the knee, wasn't very nice. And inner thigh, no, very sweet meat. The horn dog was your fault this time. Russ auditioning for Boogie Night. It just goes on and on. Stephen Bell, yeah, I remember he said in the podcast he was getting a better night's sleep. So yeah, stay up late would put him out of whack again, I guess. Need that sleep, couldn't function without it. I was trying to get a nap in today, but I forgot it was the last match of the season. And I live near St. James's Park. So I was I think at about half-time-ish, I went to bed. I got a good hour and a half or something. And then as the fans were spilling out the stadium very loudly, chanting, shouting, making a load of noise, and car horns start beeping, police sirens start going, and then I just sort of lay there. It's there's no point anymore, is there? Skin sensitivities can be an issue as well, Lisa, with you've got to be really careful with stuff, especially if you do have sensitive skin or skin that's kind of prone to flare-ups or anything like that. Liverpool must be absolutely going mental right now. That was pretty nice. We got a Wrath fan in the audience. Danish, Ross isn't here. We were just talking about that. Ross has insomnia at the moment, so Ross is unable to do late night streams, which is why we are streaming with Russ to my left. Ross's twin brother. Tom Bussey. What a surname. First stream on catching with you. Hope you're well. Hope you're well too, Tom. Yeah, I left. When I came in, it was dry. And then when I went to walk around, it was absolutely hammering it down. There needs to be a sign that says Tony Khan fears Russ. If there's any justice in the world, somebody will have a Whoa! Massive hurl to the outside. So who does the punishment if Ross loses? Ross or Russ? Ross does the punishment. Can't do the punishment of Russ. Russ is here just to fill in with his appendage. Russ is Omega's next challenger. He'd carry Omega to a 7-star match. Meltzer would love it. Okay. Ooh. Penelope standing tall. No. Oh. No, Megan's back up. Russ does have a clause in his contract. He is just here for eye candy. Just got to get the chest hair out, you know? He needs like a medallion or something, doesn't he? A big Sonichu medallion. Russ's eyes just moved, Sam. Watch it. I'm going to keep an eye on him. I've got him on the right and left. I can see him on the monitor. Russ is for everyone, Lupongi Vice. Russ is like wrestling for everyone. When's Russ going to finish his fishing anecdote? Whenever anybody wants to help him finish it, I guess. He does need a mustache. I'm trying to see if there's any pens. We'll wait till after this match is done, and I'll go find a pen, and we'll give him like a little tash. We'll point out I was one trying to be rude with my super chat. I've been tattooing for 10 plus years. It's my job to inform people. Congratulations for a 10 plus year career in tattooing. But yeah, no, I figured you must have known because you said it quite formally. But yeah, it's like, I guess it's just from my own experience. It's like, wherever there's like thickness, it's generally all right. Bone, no, just no. Shins absolutely sucked. I don't think I was ready. Like, I was told it's going to be bad, but my shin just railed. I think it was the first time anybody'd used one of the like Cheyenne pen ones on me, and it was just like his chest hair's getting out of control. It's in fairness, it's not wild enough. We should get some PVA glue out and add some real hair to it. Elden Ring lore, who wants to see Sam in the next Hell in a Smell? Don't you dare. Could you imagine? I would die. Okay, she's out. Oh. Megan wasn't paying attention. Oh, she's realized. A Manscaped sponsorship for Russ would be phenomenal, but I don't know if he'd be able to do an ad read for it. Attack of the 50-Foot Nerds, we had like a professional biological cleaning team come in. There were 6 of them. They dealt with it like absolute professionals. There is still a faint smell in the room. We leave the windows open all day, and it just doesn't seem to want to go anywhere, but hopefully, in time, it'll smell normal in here again. Well, Megan Bain distracted on the outside there. Not very happy. Penelope messed up. Manscaped Blue Chew is what he should be doing. He could do it all, couldn't he? With a smile like that, we just need to make him wink. Right, let's see if we can find a pen. I'll be back in a second. Pen. There's one right here. I knew there'd be a pen in here somewhere. Right. Come here, Russ. We need to just, it needs to be like, look at him. He looks so much better with a mustache. Oh. I think it's better that it's just a little bit like wiry. Ah. Yeah, it's almost John Watersy. Look at that. Whoa! His belt's come off. Look at him. He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it. Burn it. Like Spike for the Russ stash. Yes, please. Let's get a like Spike going. That's way better. Proper perv. Yeah, he does. He looks like a proper perv, doesn't he? He looks like he's just, like, now with the mustache, he looks like he's just told, like, a really dirty joke. And he's just kind of going, yeah, yeah. Feeling violent. He needs to be on a list. Definitely some Ron Jeremy vibes. There's no way that Dustin and Sammy are going to beat Hurt Syndicate. It's a weird match, that one. Paragon Don Callis family is an interesting one. Maybe Takeshita pinning Cole? FTR should absolutely obliterate McGuinness and Garcia. Give him some traditional black and grey. If only I could draw. If only I could draw. He needs like an anchor on his arm or something. Spidey Boy Eli.
I was telling Adam on last night's stream that you guys need to do a charity horse piss dunk tank in public with Andrew. Dunk the dingle.
Dunk the dingle. You got to get that hashtag dunk the dingle. I'm trying to center that alert box again. Let's see if I just scale it like that. Hold on. Let's see if that'll work. Hopefully now it'll all be visible whenever a donation comes through at the top of the screen. I don't know if we'd legally get away with that, but I think we should hashtag dunk the dingle. It's got such a right. You could see it on a t-shirt. Dunk the dingle. Sammy's got a new t-shirt, guys. Dustin has some very red arms. As his horse piss songs play. Yeah, I have a drink around Russ Lupongi Vice, so I'm kind of nervous now. Well, it doesn't... I don't think it makes Ring of Honor look bad. It's just an odd one to... Like, if they win, then what is it... What does it do for Hurt Syndicate? I think the biggest story in this match is MJF, right? But I think if MJF is going to do something dastardly, it's not going to be this early in the story, surely. And is it going to... Would he do it for the sake of Dustin and Sammy winning? It feels like it'd have to be a much bigger opponent for MJF to, like, turn or cost them or do something. Dustin putting over Panda Boy strong. Did we get a Cody mention there? Any Given Sunday? Hell of a film. So strong words there from Dustin. Yeah, Dalton Castle...
Sam, how dare you draw on me? You will face the consequences inside the steel cage next Sunday at Wrestling for a Tussling. Enjoy your last days on Earth.
Got threatened by Russ there. Russ the one and only. Rustling for a Tussling. We're going to have to do Rustling for a Tussling in Wrestling Empire. Enjoy your last days on Earth. The mustache has made him so much more sinister. He sits upright. Oh. What's he going to do to me? I'm going to continue to draw on you, though, Russ. I think it's what the people want. The people's Russ. Can Russ do a news video next week? This is what happens when you push a good man too far, Sam. Ben saying no backstage audio in the arena. Wow, I thought they would have ran that through. Thank you for the update, Ben. Hope the show's going well. Hope you enjoyed the last match. I swear he's moving closer to Sam. He does need a teardrop tattoo, but that would make him even scarier because it would indicate that he might have killed a man. Or he's a poser, or he might have killed a man. I heard Russ wanted a bicep tattoo. Let's do him a teardrop. Let's make him look a bit more sinister. Just, like, stop dropping your belt. Yeah, he definitely looks more sinister. And bicep, let's give him like he was in the Navy or something. He's got to keep that out now. He's got to look tough. Put a W next to the act. Russ, keep that over there. That that looks so wrong. Why? I guess it's staying there. Oh, there we go. It's barely visible. That's all right. Oh. Russ going to be scrapping on the quayside after the stream. If there's still any Newcastle fans out, he's going right down there. Right down there. Should we put love and hate across his knuckles? Someone screenshot that. He needs the Goldberg design on his other arm. He does. Drug free. Oh, Britain's Toughest Towns hosted by Russ. Oh, just attach a speaker to him and wheel him around. He does have a bit of the Gomez Adams about him. Love and hat. He's missing a finger. Give him a unibrow. We could fatten out the eyebrows. Is he just a massive CM Punk mark? Is he going to have love and hat on his... Not love and hat, drug free. This is why we don't give Russ Iron Brew. It sends him wild. It sends him absolutely wild. He doesn't even have fingers. He's just got like mittens. He's just got like mitts. Drug and hate. Drug and hat. Straight cope on his knuckles. Russ looks like he's sitting across from Jack at an Italian restaurant. Raul Julia is like one of the best actors ever. And he completely embodied Gomez. Like, he's the only person that comes into my mind when I think of Gomez Adams. Like, he just is. And then Street Fighter, come on. He was the cheesiest M. Bison possible. And he got to be in a film with Kylie Minogue. Soul Patch. I don't know if the Soul Patch, because the porno stash, it works so well. He might look a bit like an early 2000s nu metal guy. You might have thought it was a cheesy performance, but for him, it was Tuesday. I've not seen it in so long. I can't believe Roman Reigns and Jason Momoa are about to ruin the legacy of Street Fighter's film being cheesy by starring in a serious reboot. I met the guy who played Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat, the movie, at a Teen Wolf convention. Was he in that as well? We've got Lance. He's just bigging up his boys. A real sleeper's overdrawn at the memory bank is class, Sam. I'll have to check it out. Does he have anything to say about Paragon? That's not a very Don Callis family answer. Taking them seriously? Come on. Sheriff Stalinsky Lyndon Ashby is his name. Legend of Chun-Li movie with the girl from Smallville. Can't get worse than that. That rings a bell. Hold on. Legend of Chun-Li. Oh, God. Oh, I forgot that was a thing. Oh, dear. Black Eyed Peas member Taboo played Vega. Oh, man. That's made me really sad that I forgot that existed, but also now remember it existed, which has made me go, ah. Judy Hewlett, thank you very much for joining. You absolute legend. Russ and Fletcher would make a stunning tag duo. Russ would do all the work, though. Fletcher just take all the glory. Now, well, he's gone from they're very serious competitors to somebody is going home in a body bag. We have half an hour until the main card starts. 30 minutes, 5 seconds on my stream. You can't argue they are the future of the business. Takeshita especially. It is beer o'clock, Daniel Young. It very much is. The Proto-Russ. They've got a whole team name and everything. Why did I think of Chum-Li from that TLC? The Street Fighter, the Legend of Chum-Li. And he's just there like, just being a bit of a knob. Grading the price of Pokemon cards. Yeah. We are now hyping up Ospreay versus Hanger. Not beer o'clock on a 12-hour night shift. Well, it's 12:30 here. Probably getting out of here by 6 a.m. A rusted
Sam in the
development.
steel cage, I am going to stick my nub foot up her Candice. Also, what do you think we are going to see in the 6v6? I know people are saying Eddie, but my gut says a hook heel turn. I think it makes sense with the trios belts and fuel Yuda's turn.
Well, Russ, thank you very much, Quinn. But Russ, I would like to say that you can try and stick your nub foot up my candy ass, but it doesn't have much integrity. He's going to have to really try if he wants to get the nub anywhere. But in the 6v6, I think, for me, I think it's Eddie, but I think it's going to be Gabe comes out first, Eddie comes down to make the save. That's what my heart is telling me. Any chance to see more Gabe being a madman? Thank you very much, Snake. It's growing out. It's growing out, slowly but surely. Gar Monroe. Hello. Welcome. How are you doing? How did you say nub foot with a straight face? It's just his nub foot, you know? It looks very suspect there, just hiding in the corner though, and the placement of it, it's not great. Hangman Ospreay should be absolute, like, it should just be insane. But we've got Anarchy in the arena, and I think the placement of that's a big part of it. I don't know if they're going to put Anarchy on second main, or whether they're going to get it out of the way earlier in the night. It feels like a good palate cleanser of a match before a serious main, though. Up the nub. We should start a Russ OF. We should do it. Nub World Order! Oh my god! We're going to have to get him a new t-shirt, especially with his new tattoos. Main card starts in 26 minutes time, Snake. We're opening the pay-per-view with Mercedes, apparently. This ain't marbles. No, it's not. Culty fans, the ultimate Patreon tier. You get all your saucy Russ content, everything you could want. Russ is the third leg. I'm really hoping that Hayter takes this, because I'm really hoping that we don't just have Mercedes go and win the women's title and then what? She's beat everyone. Then what? Like, so for me it's more interesting if Mercedes can't win this. Mercedes loses her other titles. Mercedes comes unglued, and Mercedes starts to go a bit punished Okada. I'd like to see Mercedes be full-blown, merciless, horrendous heel, because I don't think we've ever really seen that much aggression, and I think she's definitely capable of bringing it. Hayter needs a new gimmick. She reminds me too much of Daphne from Scooby-Doo as well. That's a you problem, Will. An hour. Oh, I started early. Battleground better than Double or Nothing. Show hasn't even started. And are you doing the Numa dance in your profile picture? Just like, we need Russ at Dynamite, Collision, Glasgow, or Forbidden Door, London. We should just mail Russ out to yous. But I've got a feeling he'll not come back. If I could trust you all, we could put Russ on a world tour. Lyndon Kendall, thank you very much for becoming a member for 21 months. Said, don't really catch the AEW lives, but happy to be here. Just wrestled the Gervins last night, so I'm on a wrestle high right now to help to help this shift. Congratulations. And it's like, I mean, if you don't really catch the AEW lives, we tend to mainly talk about Russ. We've given him a lovely mustache. We have essentially, we've got him a bit more chatty than he was last time. He is threatening to beat me up at what was it? It was Rustling for a Tussling, which I believe is his proprietary pay-per-view that he's come up with in a steel cage. And he's going to shove his nub foot up my ass as we get underway with CRU coming out now. He'd be traumatized. I don't watch AEW pay-per-views often, says Snake, but the Will and Hangman promo from Dynamite made me want to watch, honestly. Yeah, they were really strong back and forwards on Dynamite. Like, it's what I liked about the Hayter Mercedes one, was that Jamie seemed to really get under her skin. So I was like, I feel like there's something more there. Of course he won't put pants on. He wouldn't put pants on if he went global. It's just Russ's gimmick. I'm sure if you contact Janela, I'm sure he can get booked at one of his summer shows. The Colossal Russell. Stop giving him more ideas. CRU are giving me Legion of Doom vibes. Here comes Roppongi Vice. Roppongi Vice. Roppongi Vice. Roppongi. Roppongi. All nub, no breaks. Russ Pongy Vice. It just looks like you're saying he's pongy. So Russ smells. Russ, Spidey Boy Eli says that you smell. Not me. Spidey Boy Eli. So this one is probably going to be the right choice just before we head into the main card. It should be pretty high octane, all things considered. The Bad Bag, thank you very much for your super chat. He said, see you at WrestleCon. It's just a massive, massive conference hall with one table at the end and Russ on his own. $80 a ticket. All nub, no breaks. WrestleMania! How have we missed that one? AR Fox out now. Russell and his muscles. Using his government name there. I don't know if he appreciates it. Not with his new cool tattoo. The Russell Rumble. Commander's here. And now it's time for Tony's boy. Tony's dream wrestler. Tony's favorite of all of his favorites. The man with an H on his chest that lights up. It's Hologram. That's how they should announce him to the ring. Russell Kingdom. That's only after he gets fired. He goes off. Is that Russ Lesnar? I don't know his surname. He better not be related to Lesnar or I'm doomed. Whatever happened to Simon Gotch? You're looking at him. Right here. We can't legally say that because he's the artist formerly known as Simon Gotch, but... Spidey Boy Eli, thank you very much. Russ and Local Man, 2-man Russell trip. Local Man would have to let him in the ring first and not get annoyed with him and drop him on his head 40 times until his head popped. There's a screen cap. Oh god, now he's going to shoot on Sam in a video. It's alright, I can make a t-shirt of him shooting on me. King Donut, it's going to be a fairly, I'd say, well, I don't know, but like it feels like a fairly predictable card. But Double or Nothing's one of their flagship events. They always tend to go big on it. We've got Anarchy in the arena. We've got a stretcher match that we've now been told has ambulance match rules. So they've got to get on a stretcher and then I believe to the ambulance, in the ambulance, on the stretcher with both doors shut. So we've also got the finals of the Owen Hart tournament, men's and women's, with Ospreay, Hangman looking particularly juicy. I think it's a good show to jump in on, for sure. He could have his own version of Destrucity, but it's just Destrucity. His name's Russ, the one and only, and he's 3 feet tall. You can't teach that. Russell or Nothing. Double or Nubbin. That's the one. That's the one. You're giving him too many ideas now. I'm getting scared. Garvin Rowe was a flying visit. Samuel has been up since 5 a.m. So, to catch both Battleground and Double or Nothing tomorrow. Been watching a couple of 60s public domain horror movies on Twitch. Standard Sunday. Shall catch you Thursday. Gar, lovely to see you. I will catch you on Thursday for the final of Marble Mania for the season. Brunette, this is Russ. Ross's Mexican non-union equivalent. He's got some really cool tattoos and a really cool mustache. The next pay-per-view punishment has to be to get a Russ-themed tattoo. Just a permanent tattoo of his mustache. Permanent in the sense that, I mean, all tattoos are permanent. But permanent in the sense that contractually you're never allowed to have it removed. His Rustache. Oh, my God. Tramp stamp placement. I'm sorry, this fell like an indie. Well, I mean, AEW comes from more of a modern independent background. It's going to have a lot of independent feel to it. It's not for everyone, I get it. But I think that there's some solid wrestling on these shows. And I'm very much, 2017, 2016, 2015 indie boom was a great time. Marry Russ in Vegas. Only if Ross has to marry Russ. I'm not getting married twice in Vegas. To a co-worker. Just you love it as a tramp stamp. That would be a brutal punishment. Just you love it in some trashy glittery font. Like the Bratz logo. Oh, man. Yes, the marriage in Vegas was legit. We had to go through a whole separation process that made it almost not worth the hilarity of having to do it. But it was something I'll never take back. I've still got the ring in my house, in a frame, next to a picture of us as a happy newlywed couple. Mark Arthur, maybe this is my age talking. WCW's better. I was a WCW kid, loved WCW, but I think you can't compare a product from 1996 to a modern product. It'd be like, it's like comparing the Attitude Era to now. It was a certain time, certain place, certain sort of cultural feel. You can never really capture it again. So I think that when people go like, oh, it's like late stage WCW, you can tell they didn't watch it, or they're too young to understand how bad late stage was. But I love WCW, especially like mid-90s WCW when they went on a tear, before it got a bit mental. But I think you can't really compare it to a modern product. Very nice. Hello, Kyle. How you doing? I've bought the pay-per-view. If I don't like it, I'm rubbing that mustache off. I hope you've drawn. You should all be drawing on your own mustaches at home. I'm 43 years old. Well, this is, I think, that's what I mean, is like, I have a very big soft spot for WCW. I will fight to the death to tell people that I love WCW, and it had some really good stuff. And my favorite wrestling product isn't necessarily the modern wrestling product. So I do understand. But I think it's more it's always interesting when people kind of try to compare things kind of flatly, which I'm not saying you were doing, obviously, but I'm it's like something that's often in a lot of the online discourse around AEW. The wedding video, I mean. New merch, sell the Russ doll. Oh, by the way, I still remember my comment from that video. It was the Mike and Maria Kanellis theme. Here's to the greatest. Yeah, man. Lisa McMullen, forgot to ask, can I get some positive vibes? I'm waiting on news for a place on a course to help me get a job in admin for the first time. I was a carer for 13 years. There's only 8 places. Everybody send your positive vibes to Lisa. Can we all send positive vibes Lisa's way? Russ is sending his vibes, I can tell. In his own Russy way. Still back WCW Cruiserweight stuff. Nothing beats it. Plus their old school tag matches with the Midnight versus Rock and Roll. Okay, I dated myself. Yeah, but that's like a golden era. But the Cruiserweight stuff was like ahead of its time. The Cruiserweight stuff opened up a lot of what would become the American independent scene. And I think they got it so right in the way that Bischoff looked at it like he wanted it to be like a car crash, right? That you would tune in and it was just so action-packed you wouldn't want to look away. And it doesn't always land. Like me and Tom are going weekly watching WCW back for the Nitro review. And sometimes it just doesn't land. Sometimes it's not quite right or it's not in the right place on the card. But when they get the right group of people together for a Cruiserweight match, they just blow everything out of the water on the show. Nothing comes close. Malenko in that era as well, man. Just golden. I think it's why I like the Texas Cloverleaf so much. Rub Russ's mustache for luck. That's for you, Lisa. AR Fox just going for it. Another dive. 3. Eddie Ray, yeah, but I think when you get to the point where you start seeing like La Parka coming in, that's where we are. Like La Parka's just sort of starting his run in WCW. You start seeing more of the Mexican talent. We had, I think, Hector Garza, and he was just unbelievable. Like, he would have worked today. Who do you think will be the next wrestler to jump ship from AEW to WWE? I don't know. Everybody was saying Mariah, but I kind of think, I don't know if it's going to be somebody who's been with WWE before, but there's so much young talent that I feel it's only a matter of time. Hopefully hologram, just to break Tony's heart. Eddie G was overrated. Oh, Mark Arthur with a hot take. MJF would be an interesting one. Moxley, I don't know if I ever see him going back. Harley Cameron would be amazing. Lapagastra always gave me Papa Lazarou vibes. It's the shot of him running in with the chair for ages that always gets me, where he's just running down the ramp. Surprise returns tonight. I think we might get Eddie Kingston. Bobby Murphy. We got 10 minutes, or 10 and a half minutes until the main card starts. And Fox is being cut off. He's doomed. He's doomed. Oh, this could be it. Stomp. No, Strong Zero cut off. Do you have a dual screen set up for both pay-per-views? I'm covering AEW, so at the minute I've got 4 screens on the go, and 3 of them are stream-related. But on the fourth screen in front of me, I have Double or Nothing. Kota, I'd read something recently that both him and Hikaru Shida are waiting for visa clearance. Jeff, I don't think WWE would take Mox back. Are you mad? Are you mad? Do you know how much money you could get out of a Shield situation? Do you know how much money? Oh my God. Like, they'd have Mox back in a heartbeat. They'd have him back in a heartbeat, but it would depend if they would let him be Moxley. And I think that's the thing now, is that there is no more Dean Ambrose. I think he makes the Shield worse. I think that if you bring him back in any capacity to WWE, it's a license to print money. Hologram's in. And because he's Tony's favorite, he's got a good chance of winning. The other team's chance of winning drastic go down right now. Seth did refer to him as Mox at WrestleMania, but I mean, like, are they going to let him be John Moxley? The John Moxley we've gotten reacquainted with over the last, 6 years in AEW? I think he's determined to prove that wrestling can be more than that offering. A lot of Lucha House Party fans in the crowd tonight. I wonder if WWE would pay for him to use Wild Thing again. They've certainly got the money to use a lot more licensed music now, but it's whether they're willing to part with that money. That's the bigger question. Mitch returns. That's the real story there. You get Mitch back. It's the only reason they bring him back. A Def Rebel cover of Wild Thing, it would just start with John Moxley. And then it would just be a random beat. And they go, God damn it, Def Rebel, you've done it again. And hand them a bag of money. Whoa! Quadruple dives. What even was that? Andretti is busted open. If George Mizanin is all elite at any point, it would be millions of dollars. And now we get quad 450s. Still a kick out. Six minutes left. And that's it. Bandito gets the pin. Andretti is bleeding, though. Ref's checking on him. I can't tell where from. It looks like it's like up here. Or like eye. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Miz's dad managed by Shane McMahon. Book it, Tony. The sweatiest and oldest tag team in the entire division. Go to bed, Sam. I can't. It wasn't deliberate, blood, Will. It looked like it was accidental, by all means. He was like checking himself after getting landed on, like rubbing the bridge of his nose. Renee just... Did Giovanni say someone was bleeding from their eyes? You need a nap. Russ can tag it. Russ can tag it at any point. He just needs to pipe up. But he better not make any more threats. Moxley would blade for us in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. If you had to watch a show in reverse, which card gets worse the longer it goes and would end with a great opener? I mean, Mania this year was a night of two halves, very much. The Death Russers. Peachy Von Doom, enjoy the show. Thank you very much for tuning in, you absolute maniac. But thank you very much. I hope the show goes well for you. I hope you have a good time. I think Russ has piped up enough tonight, says Elden Ring Law. Something tells me he's going to keep popping up to make threats every now and then. Or be a horn dog. But we're opening with Mercedes versus Jamie. Backlash 2018. What's Russ drinking tonight? He's not really went for anything. Doesn't seem to be a thirsty boy. Is Gabe Kidd part of the Anarchy match officially? Because weren't they teasing a mystery man for the babyfaces, or was that Kenny? He's not listed. Let me have a quick check. We've got Kenny, Swerve, Willow, and the Ops, Samoa Joe and Powerhouse, Hobbs and Shibata, versus Moxley, Claudio, Marina, and Wheeler, and the Young Bucks. That's the official listing. Who's in the four Russmen? Well, Russ has got to be leading it, surely, but something tells me they're all going to be a little bit inflatable with oddly shaped legs and inappropriately placed legs when they're sat down. Revolution 2021 exploded barbed wire match main event MJF versus Jericho versus MJF Jericho versus Bucks opener. The exploding. I really hope they do that again, but we don't have the disastrous ending at some point. But I remember that just it was just so awkward, wasn't it? It was so awkward. Every Mercedes match, I remember when I had you and Ross cracking up with Mercedes, but it was a New Japan theme where it was just like boom, 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 money, over and over again. Is the Ross nameplate deliberately meant to look like the Boss logo, Ross being the musical instrument company? It does look like the Boss logo, doesn't it? You owe me money for selling me a Metal Zone. Nobody likes the Metal Zone pedal. They're terrible. Absolutely terrible. Shambles. Tim Cramble is in the 4 Russman. Thank you very much, Captain Podok. We're going to need 4 blow-up dolls now for the next one, aren't we? We're going to have the 4 Russman. Do I still watch New Japan? I try and catch up as much as I can with it. But obviously, like, I'm very, very busy. So it's like I try and catch up monthly where possible. But I tend to just stay on top of results more than anything. And with me sort of being AEW live correspondent now, I've got to sort of focus mainly on AEW. Russ is my buddy and my guy and my friend. Buddy. The Butcher should be in the 4 Russman. He has that beefy stash look. Are they all going to have beefy stashes? No Double J again, lol. Yeah, no, there'll be a sign that says no Jeffs allowed. Brackets, except for Cobb. Where's the best place to watch Double or Nothing? I don't know if it's streaming on Triller in the US. Am I on the right stream here? It has ended. I can't tell if I'm waiting for it to start. Let's go back to but I'm on payperview.com. Watch now, AEW Double or Nothing. Reloaded the stream. There we go. We've got the FBI anti-piracy warning. It's starting. You're in the UK? Then I believe you can get it on Triller TV. We jumped the gun because it was like, Triller ain't going to be carrying it. So we got it on pay-per-view TV, but I believe it might even be cheaper on Triller. So get it on Triller. A lot of pyro to kick us off. I know what it means. I know what it being Sunday means. It means I'm in the office at 1:01 a.m. and it's now Monday. But we're in Phoenix, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. And we're about to start off with the women's Owen Hart final. Which reminds me. Where is it? So I've got Hayter. Ross has Mercedes. I'm really hoping for a Hayter win here to make
The 4
Mercedes.
Russmen are Russ, Puppet Jack, Cardboard Pachidi, and Yoshihiko the blow-up doll.
Thank you for the clarification, Russ, and Spidey Boy Eli. Russ, Puppet Jack, how could I forget Cardboard Pachiti? Definitely. We're going to have to fish him out of the Tyne. And Yoshihiko. You got to pay the big bucks to get Yoshihiko in from Japan. Every week. Out she comes. Pink and black attack. It's Mercedes Mone. Not heard Cardboard Pachiti in a long time. That's a name I haven't heard in years. Hellboy, we did have the Dew, didn't we? Well, we had Mountain Dew, but it was like a weird one because it wasn't Mountain Dew. It wasn't just the normal. It had like a silver label, and it was like Mountain Dew Energy. But it basically tasted just like normal Mountain Dew, but I think they put more caffeine in it for some reason. But we sort of had it for a bit, but I haven't seen it in a while, actually. It's probably the type of thing you can still find in Poundland. Amp. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it in a while. Here comes Hayter. What was, oh man, was it Vault? Like V-A-U-L-T? I had that at a Wendy's in 2007. And it was like sugary energy crack.
Been drifting back to L. The constant corporate exposure of WWE has really gotten to me. The wrestling feels like it is secondary to the sponsors.
Thank you very much, Captain Podok. I think the thing with WWE is that it is very corporatized now. There are a lot of sponsors involved. I don't personally have a problem with anything being on the mat. I think we've been lucky for a very long time to not have anything on the mat. I don't understand why so many Americans kind of see it as a bad thing when you watch NASCAR and the drivers literally covered in logos from head to toe. Like, football in the UK, everybody has logos on their shirts. The entire stadium's covered in sponsors. I think it's more the sponsorship placement does my head in. The constant mentions of sponsors does my head in. But having it on the mat just as logos, I just feel like it makes it feel like sports. I guess it's just because I've grown up around sports absolutely smothered in sponsors. But I do understand AEW is sort of, they still have the sponsors, but it's less, it feels less, unless it's like a sponsored match when they did like the Cracker Barrel match or whatever, it doesn't really feel quite as on it as WWE is sometimes with their kind of, I'm surprised we haven't had a Prime match yet. Dude wipes. Yeah, dude wipes. The actual mascots really help my viewing. I do enjoy them. Hello, Kay. How you doing? We are just about to get started. They have locked up. I drank so much Surge in college also for that. Those that know. Tantrum. I don't know what Tantrum is, but I never got to drink Surge. Wasn't Surge like the official energy drink sponsor of WCW for a while? Well, yeah, I think that was it. The second that you partner up with TKO, but the thing is, they left so much money on the table for years. Like AEW now, they're leaving so much money on the table by not having logos on like the canvas. It's exposure. Like that's there for the whole show. If you put a logo there, it's better than it being an advert. It's right there. But WWE, you get the logo, then you get an advert, then you get a corporate mascot. It's a very fine line, but given who owns them, it's very expected. But I'm really surprised AEW don't have logos on the canvas. Like, it's been a thing in so many other companies for years and so many sports. We've got DraftKings around the ring and stuff, and you get, like, when they're sponsored by, like, Minecraft the movie. I've never heard of Jolt Cola. We had Virgin Cola. Those were some good 90s halcyon days. It was to Sprite as Jolt was to Coke. I have no idea what kind of comparison. Surge was a soda with tons of caffeine and sugar, I believe. I think Jolt had double the caffeine, says Bob. What are we all drinking tonight? Anybody else on the bevs? What's she going for a pin for this early? 2 pins, Mercedes. She's not been watching her local man matches. Pancreatitis, nope, I'm smoking. Well, you enjoy, Will. Dragonberry mead. Thank you very much there. I don't know if it's going to come through. It should come through. But you said, can't wait for the inevitable Russ episode of Dark Side of the Ring featuring the Cultaholic stuff. It's just going to be like all of the dramatic like bits before it goes to commercial, and it's like everything was fine, and then just one day, just bang, and then it cuts straight to like a pizza commercial, and then we start seeing shots of Russ in ring. And then the inevitable decline, Russ in a bar, Russ in sunglasses, Russ with white residue all over his face. Quilmes Argentinian beer, very nice. Drinking Monster Monarch, drinking the cheap beer, Natural Ice. I'm going to get myself a Gamer Sups before long, about the halfway point of this show. If you go to cultaholic.com/Gamer Sups, you get 10% off, and you get a free sample that's completely free if you use our link and the code Cultaholic. Dark Side of the Ring, the tussle they all rustled for. Austin Fell, smoking some green and flavored water. Jolt's official slogan was all the sugar and twice the caffeine. I love that. That's some balls, that. That feels like such a 90s brand. Elden Ring Lord Jim Cornette starts talking. I always knew something dark was going on there. It just cuts from us to Cornette talking about Russ like he's some 70s NWA guy. Spidey Boy, my game of subs is currently in the mail. Good lad. Right now I've got a Modelo. Do love a Modelo. We can only get the tiny bottles over here, though. The one thing I liked about LA was there was so much like different beer I'd never had before. I do remember on the plane over, though, all I could get was Dos Equis, which wasn't terrible. But we were lucky because we flew out like midweek. So the plane was like half full. So and the the flight attendant was also from Yorkshire.
I thought we were friends. Sam with an eye patch on dark side of the ring.
Just no explanation until the end. Russ has used his unfortunately shaped nub to poke my eye out. Thank you very much, Captain Podok. But yeah, we wound up just like, because it was like, fellow English person from the north. You'd like fall asleep and then you'd wake up to like 7 miniatures in front of you and a couple of cans of beer. Like we were so drunk. We were so like they didn't like Virgin Atlantic were amazing. Red Leg Spiced Rum, very nice. Aiden Ramdath, what's up, Sam from Trinidad? Hell yeah! Hope you're having a good time, Aiden. Russ's nub versus Jim Cornette's tennis racket. Battle of the ages. Eye for an eye match. Is that what's going to happen? What's going on right now? Mercedes has got Hayter clawing at her feet. We've had a surprising lack of show screen. Quite proud of you all. Molson Canadian. I had a Molson the other day, but it was somehow South Korean. It was Molson, brewed in Canada, but it was can was just covered in South Korean. It was very it was very bizarre. Shown up. There you go. Everybody seen enough of the nub? Russ, you're not even watching properly. Sit up. Keep the... Oh, God. He's sat. He's proper man-spreading. It's so badly placed. Whenever I put the belt down, the nub is on full display right now. Backstabber. And we got the straight jacket on. Aubrey's clapping her hands. Aubrey's doing a lot of this. No cartwheels yet, though. NXT Battleground has a bigger, hotter crowd tonight. I'm watching both shows. I believe they made it to 8,000 for this tonight. They were set up for something like 8,100 for Double or Nothing, or 8,200 or something. Meteora. That never works. Hey, they're going for a pin. Oh, nice drop kick into the bottom of the corner. Oh, Mercedes is back up. Hayter's turned her back on her like an idiot. Up and over. We never got that Aubrey versus Jericho match. It'll happen. When's Aubrey going to fight Mercedes? Eventually. You'll all get what you want. Elden Ring Lord Sam, I've got a question. Do you think Mankind deserves more respect? I hardly hear a mention alongside The Rock, Undertaker, and Stone Cold. I think it's because people respect Mick Foley more than Mankind, the character. I think Mick Foley, in our office especially, we all absolutely... That was brutal. Jesus. We all really, really love Mick Foley. But I think that Mankind is such an integral part of TV in that era. Maybe Mankind as a character doesn't get talked about as much or as on the level, but then it was an era where it was the biggest thing in the world. people like Austin are almost like gods. But I think Foley, especially, Foley's done so much, gave his body to the industry. His work as Cactus Jack, especially, man. Where can you watch Double or Nothing? You can catch it if you're in the UK on Triller, if you're in the US on payperview.com. Do I have a cup of Bovril? The Bovril is next door, sadly. After having to eat a spoon of concentrated Bovril on the last Nitro review, that was pretty grim. I'm not going to lie. I do love Bovril, but it does need to be watered down. We've now got, just for your sync, it's cut to Hayter's just done Mercedes pose and knees in the corner. Hayter, Mercedes is out. Strike to the back. Bovril is, it's like beef extract. So it's like highly concentrated beef extract. And I guess it's somewhat like a gravy. But you can make beef tea. So if you add Bovril to hot water, it turns into like a meaty drink that will fill you full of vitamins, and it'll give you your daily meat for the day in a handy drink that'll keep you energized and warm, like a bone broth, yes, but kind of more meaty. Power beef. Bloaty Float's got it right. Power beef.
You say my nub is flaccid, but after all this disrespect I will be coming at you, Sam. It won't be just your eye I'll be taking. Also, I'm on the Despardos tonight, haha. Also, can't wait for the Citra end card, which says Russ declined to be interviewed.
Thank you very much, Quinn and Russ, for the threats. You say my nub is flaccid, but after all this disrespect I'll be coming at you, Sam. It won't just be your eye. Oh, nice superplex. Holding on. Backstabber. Can't wait for the Dark Side of the Ring end card, which just says Russ declined to be interviewed. Yeah, he definitely would. But probably because he's in prison, right? Big kick to the face. Knee. Lariat. Double down. Captain Podok, it's like, so they basically took over a whole town in Argentina. They renamed it Bovril after the name of the company. They turn cows into like juice, and then they crystallize that juice into like salt crystals, and then they turn it into like a paste. It's like a beef spread. It's very, but it's gloopy. It's like got the consistency of like molasses, but it just tastes like highly concentrated beef. Not that kind of cow juice, Spidey Boy Eli. Although, if milk had the consistency of Bovril, oh, that would be grim. That would be so grim. You can probably get it in the USA. There'll be some form of substitute. There'll be like an American version of it, definitely. But it's like you can use it as a spread, but tends to be you'd have a cup of Bovril at a footy match if it's cold, and it'll come in like a little teacup, like a little paper, like coffee cup type thing, and you basically just have a drink of gravy to keep yourself. Whoa! Oh, Hayter slipped on. Thank God she was wearing knee pads. She slipped going up the stairs, and it looked like she just skinned her shin there. Meat Marmite. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Bovril and a stew pie at the football, especially Hampton Park, says Lisa McMullen. But yeah, Bovril's like a staple here. It's one of those weird, just weird, I guess, like English foods. It's called better than bullion in the US, apparently. Great and gravy, it makes it super rich. It does, it really adds to the flavor, but it's that concentrated meaty goodness. Who thought this stream would be so cultural? Ask away, I'll tell you all you need to know about English foods. It has been quite closest. Another backstabber. And again. I think it's 4th. 5th. We got a bank statement. Don't tap. Don't tap. That's it, elbow. Don't go to the crowd, Kevin Dunn. What are you doing? That was such a Kevin Dunn cut. Whoever's in that truck needs to be ashamed. Hayter went to swing an elbow and it just cut to a fan going. The nub stabber. He just gets it positioned right in the middle of the spine. Never go full done. By all means, use crowd shots, but not in the middle of a move. We've got a back test of strength. All right. Mercedes face first into the turnbuckle. It's like a Samoan spike, but with his nub and on the center of your back. I don't think they can admit he's all elite. Maybe Kevin Dunn is just sort of like an evil spirit like Bob from Twin Peaks, and he just inhabits directors from time to time. Kevin's son. Oh, this is going to be nasty. Blocker, Jamie. Elbow. Elbow. Good, 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 good. Cut her down. By far the worst Dunn cuts were another Meteora. Hayter kicks out. Mercedes starting to not believe it. The worst Dunn cuts were the ones where you'd have two cameramen stood literally next to each other, and in the middle of a dive, you would see like the wide shot, and then it'd cut to the far end of the ring when they hit the far ropes by commentary, and it'd go back to the wide when they got back to the middle of the ring. And then you would have two cameramen stood like this, and the ring's like here, and you'd be on this camera when they come out over the rope, and then he'd immediately cut to the other guy next to him, halfway through the dive, and then it would cut to a guy stood on the ramp to catch the landing of the dive. It made no sense. It's like he got bored and was just drumming his fingers. Oh, nice. Caught. Go on, Hayter. Go on. Go on. Go on. She doesn't need this. Nearly tapped. Swinging her arm. Oh, she's rolled through. Hayter kicks out. Caught the arm. Crucifix? No. Pin. Kick out. And bank statement again. Oh, she's going to tap, isn't she? Stop cutting to the crowd. Oh, come on, Jamie. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Make the ropes. Make the ropes. She's going to roll back, isn't she? Oh, she's caught her again. No, she's rolled it back. Back to the feet. Okay, right. Powered up. Mercedes on the shoulders. And she's cutting it down. Roll up, roll through. I thought it was going to be another bank statement there. Nice. Lariat. 1, 2. Oh, she kicked out. Just give it to Hayter, please. You got whose autograph? Ah, it's a hot start, this. Really back and forth. Cornets. Nice. Collecting all the classic wrestling people's signatures. Stephen, we have me and Ross usually are the corresponding team, but obviously we cover with pictures. It gets discussed on the podcast. I told you I dated myself. Smoky Mountain. Oh, man. Oh, no. Piley D. Piley D. 1, 2. Ah, she kicked out again. She kicked out again. Come on. I agree, Lisa, though. He lives in the Dark Ages completely. He's very set in his ways and opinions. Very dated. New Jack in Smoky Mountain before ECW is rare if you saw that live. Is the pile driver becoming overused? Potentially. It's a very dangerous move to be overusing, though. Mercedes caught the arm. Oh! I am 1 down. Mercedes is just 1. Sprinted up the ramp like she couldn't wait to touch that trophy. It's yet another thing she'll be walking around with. What? Hayter should smash the trophy over her. Mercedes won. Davin Hembry. That's what I'm talking about. I got Ernest the Cat Miller's autograph at a restaurant when I was younger. He's just debuted in WCW. He's just jumped the barricade to help Glacier, and goddamn, it's such an exciting time. I loved the Cat as a kid. I know he gets a lot of crap. That looked rough. That looked really rough. She went head first into that canvas there, Hayter. Oh, she's got another belt, everybody. She's got another belt. And then when she wins the women's title, what's going to happen then? She's just Bob Holly at this point. Just give me the belt and I beat everybody. That's it. What? He's not even a real cat, though. He's a human. I think that's why he gets so much crap. About time she finally gets a belt. Why was he called a cat? I think it's because of his cat-like reflexes. That and he was cool, like a cat. But not cool like Cool Cat, which is a completely different kettle of fish. She had her feet on a tote bag a few years ago. Look at her now. I forgot about the foot tote bag. Oh, God. You've just, like, unlocked a cold cultaholic memory. Santana's on NXT. Z360. Yo, Sammy, long time since I watched Cultaholic Street. Remember when you played Yakuza 0 on Twitch a couple of years ago? Great times indeed. I do want to circle back to play some more Yakuza, so do keep an eye on the Thursday streams. I'm quite keen to maybe play Like a Dragon, but it's going to be one that's a bit longer to go through in terms of like the amount of streams we're going to have to do. His persona was a cat. He was a forward-thinking man, very ahead of his time. Jamie, you have missed Mercedes Mone winning the women's Owen Hart final and getting herself another title. Yay! And I'm 1-0 down. Already. Brilliant. Brilliant. Jacob, I think this is it. It's like I'm all not like to. It's not a pun, but I'm all in if the idea is she's gonna become this like despotic champion. But the problem is if she beats everybody cleanly on the way there, what do you do? Like you're gonna. It's just very. I was hoping Jamie'd get this, and it would be the start of an unraveling for her. Santana's beefing with Charlie Dempsey. Lil Regal. Be a hell of a feud. Ruben, you have missed the first match so far and the pre-show. Mercedes Moné has just won the Owen Hart Women's final. Next up, we're moving on to Nigel and Garcia versus FTR. Let me get the graphic up. We both have FTR in this one. So it will remain at 1-0, potentially. Or 2-1. It's a bit mental with so many shows going off at once, isn't it? Charlie Dempsey would be a perfect Paul Heyman guy. Absolutely. But I don't know. But his dad was so good on the mic. Like, Regal was phenomenal, man. Nigel turning heel? No, I think FTR, absolutely destroy him.
Is there any current wrestler who you could see transitioning into GM or commentator post-retirement from Ecole and Kenny Omega?
Thank you very much for that. Bagel Gasquez and Russ. Any current wrestler I could see transition to GM or commentator? Kenny, I think, would be wasted as a commentator. It'd be a fantastic GM, but I don't know if they're ever going to do like a GM position in AEW. Kevin Owens would be phenomenal in any sort of in front of camera role. I'm trying to think now. Sam, can you let Russ talk? You're not the main character. All right. Who would I think would make a good commentator, especially is the big one? Because I think a lot of people would make good GMs. Commentator, I think Danielson, when he was doing Cruiserweight Classic, he had so much fun. Danielson would be, because he's so knowledgeable, but he'd be wasted as a commentator because he'd be a hell of a coach. CM Punk would be fantastic. Tonya Keck, I knew Mercedes would win. She's a big tantrum throwing crybaby if she loses matches. The speed at which she sprinted up that ramp was something to behold. Collapsing and just touching the podium. They better have big plans in the works, because if she just wins the title and then leaves and goes back to WWE, there is going to be so much egg on their face. Oh, God. Rollins, I couldn't put up with Rollins on commentary every week. I'd go back to watching Spanish versions. I just couldn't deal with that voice. Also, hello, Bowers. Evening to you as well, Patrick. Miz on commentary, though. Miz, fantastic. Wait, is that the rumor that she's leaving? Well, Ruben, it's not really a rumor. Like, didn't she just outright say she'd be going back at some point when she first signed on like a mega $1 million deal? I think it's only a matter of time until her contract's up and it's like, let's have a conversation. Sheamus would be so good on commentary. All right, DG out next. Are we going to get a Nigel solo entrance? Yes, we are. We got Daddy Magic, though. R-Truth would be the best kind of chaos. DFT Lewis, we have had so far on the pre-show. We had Anna Jay and Harley Cameron defeating Megan Bayne and Penelope Ford via pinfall. Bandito, AR Fox, and Los Titanes del Air defeating Roppongi Vice and CRU. Mercedes has just beat Jamie Hayter to win the Women's Owen Hart final. And now we are heading on to FTR versus Garcia and Nigel. Here comes Nigel. Mercedes Toni All In's going to be a hell of a match, though. But I just don't know. You've got to turn her fully unhinged at some point because I think people are starting to sort of get a bit tired of it. Should I buy Doom the Dark Ages? I have been watching a few people stream it recently, and I'm like, I need to finish Eternal, but I'm very excited to play Dark Ages. What do you think it would take to improve AEW as a whole? Nightmares Adventures asked. I think they're finding their own groove, but I think like it just feels very disjointed for me at points. I think that the one thing they can do is just focus on building their divisions and maximizing the amount of TV time that they are focusing like feuds on. Because it's like sometimes it feels like you just don't see people for months, right? Am I a Pepsi or a Coke guy? That's a very personal question, DFT. You can't beat Coca-Cola, but Pepsi's probably better. I'm not going to lie. Proper Pepsi. Full sugar. RC Cola supremacy. Best Monster Munch? Red ones. The red ones, man. The flaming hot. All day. Beef gets too much love. Andrew Bowers, a man who's qualified to talk about this. Andrew Bowers, the promoter and owner of North Wrestling, says AEW needs to focus on continuity with their storytelling. If you are in the UK and you are into wrestling, you should come on my birthday, May 30th. North are running a show called Project North in Project House in Leeds. It's going to be a hell of a night. And if you've never been to a North show before, maybe because you're not from the Northeast, get yourselves along. Because it's... And I'm not just saying this because I work with North. It's unlike any promotion at the minute, I think, in the country. And it's just waiting to pop off. Things are just building and building and building. The loudest crowd possible that you could imagine. Like, North and the North Faithful really did a lot to restore my love of British independent wrestling. So, do get yourselves along. We've also got Thunderstruck coming up with Tajiri in July, so you want to see Tajiri. Nightmares Adventures, they have great wrestlers and sometimes put on great matches, but no consistency and no storytelling. I think it's, for me, like, it's, sometimes they get it right, though. Sometimes it does line up, but I think largely things just don't seem to be developed to a point where anything makes sense. And part of that might be trying keeping you guessing. So things like, Death Riders just being on this monumental tear where everybody's kind of getting a bit sick of it. I think that so long as there's something crazy in mind that it's all building toward, then great. But if not, it's sort of very last minute, well, what do you do? How do you get out of the situation? Is it just going to be one big blow off and then we forget about the whole thing and then it just moves forward? I feel like there's legs there to make stories last far beyond the story lasts, right? There should be threads of the Death Riders left after it's torn to pieces that you're still thinking about, you're still talking about, 2 or 3 years down the line, whenever they kind of square up against each other in ring. You need to have those things. And I think that part of it as well is like, there's so much comparison. AEW hasn't come from a traditional wrestling background. It doesn't really have the traditional setup with someone like Toni who wasn't in the industry at the top. But at the same time, I think that they're still young, right? So it's 6 years old. They've got a lot of mistakes to make. They've got a lot of kind of finding out to do. And I think in time, they'll hit that stride again. But it's going to take really, really hammering it to make it work. I did see the video posted that there was unaired John Tenta matches. I haven't had the chance to watch it yet. I'm going to save it maybe for tomorrow morning when I wake up because I'm going to need a bit of a kick in the arse. Love me some John Tenta. Josh Tilly, Tiley, I know WWE run too many recaps when we moan, but I don't think AEW do it enough. They can't just assume everyone's seeing everything. I've never understood when people complain about the recaps in WWE because they're not for you. They're for the, when my mates come around or if they happen to be over at mine and there's a WWE show on or whatever and they stay in for it, all they do anyway is go, well, what's the story? But now they know that if they just watch, there's a whole preamble that covers the whole feud. And Michael Cole, yes, it's annoying, but he'll talk about it all the way to the ring. Halfway through the match, he's still bringing up that 3 weeks ago on Raw, this happened. And it's how they encapsulate all of that. Yes, it's annoying if you are somebody watching weekly. But if you're new to the product, it's the first time you ever watch anything WWE, you know what's happening going into the match. Because it's just recap. So I get why they do it. I get why it's annoying to regular viewers, but it's necessary. It's so necessary. Dragonberry Mead, all the wrestlers I got invested in at the beginning of AEW got shafted for the latest shiny new sign. I think a big part of it is keeping the...
Somehow tells me Bailey would kill it as a heel commentator.
Bailey'd be unreal on commentary. That's a great shout, Bagel. That's an absolutely sick shout. Bailey would be absolutely unreal as a heel commentator. Recaps are horrible, but I think only because we watch so much wrestling that we're like, well, who's this for? It's not for me. But I think now that they're, especially WWE, are like polishing up those packages, they feel like, as a video editor, I watch them now and I'm like, oh, there's a lot of effort gone into that. Like, a lot of time went into that. I can appreciate them. And I like that it means I don't have to answer my friends' million questions before each match, because they can just watch it. They can just watch the recap. Oh, her and Cole. Perfect. Nigel up in the corner. We need Math on commentary. Math was on commentary for North. Math used to be North's commentator. Way back in day with Tom Campbell. I think the difference with AEW is they don't really... They do a good job, I think, through matches of conveying the situation. But I think it's when people haven't watched in weeks... They're maybe not as comprehensive as the WWE ones are, but they're relying on people being a bit more dedicated. They're trying to find that balance, I guess. Math and Dave, nice. Just Dave being a consummate professional and Math going, well, it reminds me of this situation in Donkey Kong Country 64. God, I love that man. I hope Daddy Magic doesn't turn. Nigel just getting hurled into... Oh my God, ribs first twice into that desk. Garcia is livid. Shivani getting his hair nice and straightened out there. I thought Renee was decent on comms, just couldn't get a word in. I think the thing with Renee was, it was still during that era where it was just constant in-ear, say this, say this, say this, say this, say this. So I think having Renee on commentary now, with I guess, less focus being on her having to convey so much information, having more time to breathe, I think it would be better, because it got to a point where she was just kind of going, oh, ah, ooh, because they weren't really letting her get a word in after a while. Worst wrestler to become a GM? Shane McMahon. Yeah, Beth was really good, wasn't she? MJF and the Hurt Business, I think that it's a juicy prospect. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes, but I hope it's a big moment that we get out of it. It should be, because everybody's going to be watching him tonight like a hawk. I think he's going to do some things that the crowd are a bit like, whoa, behind their back. But I think it doesn't make sense for it to be this soon. Maybe All In, but even that's maybe a bit soon. I think he's going to start helping them win before anything else, so that he sort of really gets on their good books. And then, and only then, when it really matters the most, will he cost them.
Where do you think this MJF Hurt Syndicate story is going? Maybe a pinnacle reunion with FTR and Garcia? We'd get MVP and Stokely in promo battles.
MVP and Stokely back and forth would be, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be very good. MJF Syndicate, though, it's got to come at the expense, like the absolute expense of, I guess Lashley's the biggest name there, right? He's going to have to go through them all at some point. But it's what the stakes are going to be. What's he going to do? But yeah, Lashley and MJF makes the most sense as, I guess, a spin-off immediate feud. We need Ross in the hurt. We nub people. Bowers, John Laurinaitis was the worst GM. Well, yeah, he wore that skin-tight, weird blue and orange GM suit thing. He was absolute... I can't say the word because it's YouTube, wasn't it? The Nub Syndicate. His nub is still out in a really awkward position. He's enjoying the match, everybody. Nigel's just getting leathered now. Garcia's nowhere. They have to absolutely obliterate Nigel here, surely. Oh, Brad Maddox, yeah, Jesus, that was a weird choice. That's not even TV 14, so it's his leg, don't worry. And through. Garcia's crawling very slowly back to the corner now. McGuinness getting a nice double down here with an F-off lariat. The wacky line. Speaking of GM, do you know Armando Estrada was only with WWE for 2 years, 07 to 09? It does feel like he was there way longer than that, doesn't it? I hope that couch has been cleaned since Hell in a Smell. It has indeed. We had that lovely biological cleaning team came in, took care of everything. They had all these like wet Hoover things that were cleaning all of the surfaces. I believe there were steam cleaners. This match in particular, Lewis, I think it's just furthering hopeful. I'm thinking that it's going to end with them absolutely obliterating Nigel's neck, but it's a way for Garcia to have a massive standout match after kind of cooling down for a little bit, it felt. And right now he's on a bit of a tear. Very nice. But I think I'm hoping this ends with, and I'm saying I'm hoping it ends with him destroying Nigel McGuinness's neck in kayfabe. Mike Adamle. And we can't forget all the celebrity GMs, the special guest GMs. The best wacky line I've seen in years. Teddy Long's all-timer. It's weird watching WCW back and like being there for his managerial phase. Just constantly upset that Ice Train keeps getting screwed over. Ice Train didn't get anywhere near enough love either. Him and Norton were... It was such a nice little feud that they could have really expanded, but they just never really did much with it. And now Norton's in the NWO, and he's about to go to Japan and be a mega deal. Garcia laid out. Nigel's back in. Oh. Is my stream still live? Yes, it is. Excellent connection, it says. Fire and Ice were a hell of a team. Ice Train just generally was unreal. But Norton, such a good power guy. They don't really use him much so far in the NWO. He gets to go out there every now and then with Buff Bagwell. And he's sort of like, he does all the hard work. Buff Bagwell gets the pin and kisses his own muscles. Big kick out there. Garcia looking gutted. That's the one thing we didn't have. Like, we didn't have Saturday night. I don't think Saturday night was ever on the, miscommunication. I don't think Saturday night was ever on the network. So we see all these, like, tantalizing matchups getting announced on Nitro and stuff. It's like, nope, you don't get to see any of it. We've got Thunder to worry about as well soon. Oh, man. Heenan as a GM. I don't think anybody would come close. Just an absolute knob. Like, he would be so good. They can't tap. Surely they can't tap. If they do tap, they've got to brutalize them after the bell. Daddy Magic. He's got his eyes on Stoke. And Stoke ain't getting in there. All right. Daddy Magic going after Stoke now. Nigel has stopped applying the hold. Nigel on the outside now. This is for you, Toni. Say sorry. It's slowing down now. All right, Howard and Garcia going at it. Toni Schiavone getting a high five from Nige. Nigel straight into the barricade, though. You can't use that word. It's a swear word. Bloody Wheeler. What's he like? Well, yeah, like, I think it's like, when you look back to Heenan as a wrestler, like, Heenan as a manager, Heenan, even when he's in WCW and it feels like he's not really present quite a lot of the time on commentary, he just sits back and he just brings absolute gold. The segments of him trying to break into Raw, the final segment on Raw where Gorilla finally has enough, grabs him, drags him out by the scruff of his neck, and then hurls his bag off him, and then he sort of tearfully waves goodbye. He just got it. He just understood exactly how to get an audience, like, right there. And at the minute, he's just having to put up with Lee Marshall's crap weasel jokes on the weekly. It's really bad. All right. Nigel's along, though. Oh. All right, Nigel taken out. FTR back in control here. Splash. And Nigel breaks cover. Way, way back, Elden Ring lore. Yeah, if you go back, you can see all sorts of pictures of him with, like, he has, like, a leather glove. Adam Satori, my mum wrote a letter to Funny Jack. Tony complained about WrestleMania 9 because Brett should be champion. She got worked so hard by the Hulkster brother. But no, Brett should not have had to have. Brett should have walked out of there with the belt. I agree. I love Jack Tunney. I just love whenever it would cut to the office. The element of him sort of being the guy running the show. His real life story's sad, but he came from, I guess, the biggest, like, family of promoters in Canada, though. I'm sure he had a brother, but they ran a territory, and then they sold the territory to Vince during expansion era, and that's how Jack Tunney comes to be the WWF commissioner. I think you could probably get solo runs out of FTR, but the question there, like, it's like, do I want to see it? And probably not. Like, I like the idea of a tag team that stays a tag team for their whole career. Like, it feels like it's a specialty, right? Like, they know each other so well as a team. A team that stays together like that feels special, right? Because I think everybody always looks for teams to split up. Everybody wants to be like, who's the Michaels, who's the Jannetty. Everybody wants to see who'd be a more successful single star. But I wouldn't mind if FTR stayed a tag team forever. All right, they're making Toni Schiavone watch. Garcia has just been forgotten about right now. Oh, his wrist straps are coming off. He's Garcia-ing up. Or he's about to. Tony's rubbing Nigel's head. Garcia's taking it to them. Oh, just hand round the neck. Laying in the chops. Oh, nice. Oh, up and over. Roll through. No, I thought he was going to go for a pin there. Piley D. 1, 2, 3. No! Ref's hand definitely touched him out there. That was a 3 in my book. Forget who the Michaels and Jannetty are. Who's the Austin and who's the Triple H? Oh, got his foot up just. And the match goes on. It's going to be a long night here in Arizona. I do like Garcia's holographic boots, though. More holographic ring gear. Why doesn't Hologram have holographic ring gear? Nice. Sharpshooter's in. Nigel is clawing at the skirt of the ring. Daddy Magic's laid out. Daddy Magic's definitely laid out. Garcia's going to tap. Unless Nigel catches his hand. That would be really indie-rific, but I think the crowd will go wild. No, Nigel's getting cut off. He's going to tap. Tap. Go on. No, he's passing out. He didn't submit. He's basically Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13. Oh, my God. He passed out from the pain. He did Nigel proud, everybody. Brad, tap or snap. Russ has the daddy magic energy, doesn't he? Very much so. Especially with his anchor tattoo and everything. And the little porno tash. Shivani's looking really annoyed at them. Hellboy 2210, thank you very much. It's all the hard work of Richard Tubman, that one. Just absolutely unreal. Nigel just getting shatter machine to hell. Nubby magic. So far, John, your results are... Pre-show, Anna Jay and Harley Cameron defeated Megan Bayne and Penelope Ford. Bandito, AR Fox, and Los Titanes del Air defeated Roppongi Vice and CRU. Mercedes won the women's final against Jamie Hayter. Hurt Syndicate beat Dustin and Sammy. Oh, no. Wait, what? We haven't even done... What? My brain is not working there. Yeah, Mercedes defeated Jamie. FTR have just defeated Garcia and McGuinness. Hurt Syndicate. We're not even being out. Not even being out. Any plans for my birthday? I am at Project North at Project House in Leeds, North's upcoming show in Leeds. Get yourself down, Friday, 30th of May. And after that, the week after, I'm going to be probably going to the beach. And I'm turning the ripe old age of 21. Forever 21. Spider-Boy Eli, thank you very much for your donation there. Where's that referee? He tried to FTR on me. He tried to FTR on me. Right, we're going Briscoe Ricochet. Now, in the opening, when Jack came in to celebrate Sunderland's promotion, he informed me that it had been changed slightly. It's not a stretcher match in the sense that you've just got to get your opponent on the stretcher. Apparently, you've got to get them on the stretcher and into the ambulance with the doors closed. So I don't know if they're going to reverse an ambulance down or whether they're going to have to go through the back. The stretcher got the NWO arriving in a limo treatment at the start of the show. We saw the two paramedics looking very concerned, wheeling it down. Did the nose piercing hurt? Nah. It's all right. Nose piercing was pretty fine. The scaffold, industrial, that sucked. Took like 6 months to heal that. Lip was fine as well, actually. The philtrum. Cut to the ambulance, and it's Russ in the driver's seat. Just where to, Trevor? And he cackles as Highway to Hell starts. All right, they have wheeled the ambulance down into the arena. Maricopa County ambulances. I haven't. I am one down. So now it's 2-1, I believe, to Ross. There's triple wrestling, Alan. Ricochet is out first. So, I've gone Briscoe here because I just think Ricochet doesn't necessarily need the win. It will be his first AEW pay-per-view win, but I think he just becomes more insufferable if he keeps losing. Because he talks a big game, and he's very impressive in ring. But damn boys. The punishment is called Play Your Cards Right, and I've been informed that it's going to suck in a way that we've never done before. So it's not going to be very fun. So I'm really hoping that Ross gets the L here. Russ is flipping you off behind my back. Yeah, the smile on Pachiti's face when he said it. Think he might still be a bit mad about Hell in a Smell. Just a little bit. The punishment's rustling for a tussling. Should we take Russ along, whatever it is? If Adam planned it, God bless. Yeah. Some would say I've got it coming to me, but hopefully Ross loses. And I can live to fight another day. Chris Jericho wearing a surgical mask will be driving. Don't speak these things into reality. That's not how you wear a jacket, Trevor. He was wearing it like Oren from Final Fantasy X, wasn't he? With his arm just ready to grab his sword. Take Russ to an Italian restaurant. He'd fit right in with that tash. He'd do well. 2 nights in the woods? I've already done 2 nights in the woods. I think he'd want to sellotape me to a tree and leave me there for a month. He shouldn't be mad. He slept the entire time. I've got Briscoe here and Ricochet immediately just pushing him off the turnbuckle there. Pointing to his big, bald, shiny dome. They need to do a segment with Ricochet getting a good mirror finish. Russ would order his food in perfect style. It'd be the only time he ever speaks. Ricochet's head's brighter than my future. Go on, Mark. He's taking him up to the ambulance, but he needs to go on the stretcher, Mark. He needs to go on the stretcher. Oh, the stretcher is... Right. There is a stretcher at the ambulance. I thought the stretcher was on the outside of the ring. What's the point of putting 2 stretchers there? So they're not going to use the one at ringside unless this one gets wiped out. If you can't be the best, be memorably the worst. I haven't played Dark Ages yet, Camille. I've been watching streams, though, and spoiling the weapons for myself. The bone gun looks absolutely insane. That's it, Mark. Straight in. Close the doors. Oh, come on. What's he going to do? Front flip out of it? Ricochet running right back down to the ring. As if he was trying to break the count. Just flying in there. The Saw Shield is unreal as well. The stuff with the giant mechs, it's I don't want to spoil anything for people, but the giant stuff looks unreal. Preen, I think you've hit the nail right on the head. In the way that he's honoring his brother with Dem Boys. Can Russ wear the Liger mask? He'd cover up his nice mustache if he did that. I don't think he'd be willing. Oh, go on, crush him with it. I thought he was going to shove it there, but they left the brakes on for some reason. Does AEW have their own version of Green Shirt Guy? I don't know. I don't think they do have a person who sits in the exact same seat every single time. Adam calling him Russ makes so much more sense now. You could put a stash over the top of the Liger mask. That'd be damaging company property. It's already kind of got a goatee anyway, doesn't it? I was so out of the loop. Yeah, this is Russ. This right here is Russ. My buddy Russ. Russ Twatdell. The ticket pricing being so dynamic with WWE is mental. Like the 40 grand stuff that's being talked about. It's just, Camille, I've not seen any of the new season yet. I was saving it so I could do a mega binge when they're all done. Oh, nice. Use his flippiness against him, Mark. Smart. Very well done. Shooting star press. Just absolutely bodied himself on the stretcher. Briscoe wisely getting out of the way. That's it. Knock him out. Knock him out and then just wheel him straight up there. All right, Seth, how you doing? Oh, elbow. This stretcher is done for. I don't think I'm ready for the Daphne one. That shooting star press was... You just watch the stretcher buckle under him. Have Ross and Russ met? That strikes me as a dangerous room to be in. They've exchanged glances at each other. Sort of like when you see, imagine 2 caged animals in a zoo just staring at each other across the way. Both of them I'm going to mess you up. Cash, I paid less to go to Clash in Paris and Raw combo than it would have cost me to go to SmackDown in the rafters on my own city of Birmingham. This is the thing, when they announced Money in the Bank, I wasn't on the team covering it, so I was like, oh, I might go down and actually just attend. But you could only get tickets for Money in the Bank and SmackDown until, the week before. Then at that point, it becomes ridiculous to try and get, the the hotel sorted and travel sorted to London, because it like triples in price. And then it was just sort of unfeasible, like to have to buy, I think it was like nearly 600, 700 quid for the dual ticket if you wanted to sit like just out of the nosebleeds. Time for some Starburst, I think, as I watch Ricochet just get absolutely lobbed from pillar to post. Cheapest like 200 quid for a house show. What? Are you kidding? Is that resale or is that flat price? That's insane. I like green poison. I like lime. Same with fruit gums. Same with fruit pastels. People say I'm an animal. But I love me the green. We're getting a head shine. Briscoe's just brought a bucket of spray bottles and a shimmy cloth. He's gonna do it. Go on. Go on. He should have a proper polisher, though. That was what we needed. We needed that. 140 quid. That's absolutely insane. And that's not resale, that's just stock price. How do you... Bauer's saying, WWE ticket price is crazy. Nuts to think pay-per-view tickets were around $30 for semi-decent seats 15 years ago. Well, I couldn't even imagine how much it would have cost for... When we went to Dallas, we were like first block, like, of the stands. I know they weren't cheap at the time, but like now they've got to be like thousands. We got a Sabu point. Chairs set up. Oh my God! Ricochet just absolutely hurled a chair at Briscoe and it looked like it landed edge on. Just bang, straight to the forehead. Show us a replay. Show us a replay. Come on! Yeah, it's like I don't think I've paid more. Like, I've never, like, sat front row at a Newcastle house show, but I think I've paid more than, like, Jesus Christ, that was bad. I don't think I've paid more than, like, when I have gone, like, more than 35 quid. Never met Sabu. I was at a WrestleCon when he was there, and I kind of got to see him from across the room, and I was like, that's Sabu. But never met him to have a conversation with. Edit the Taco Bell sound onto the chair shot. Yes. We got spray into the eyes. It's worse than bear mace. Why are we still going for this stretcher? It's knackered. Make it make sense, Trevor. That's it. Take the padding off. Make it hurt more. Okay, there you go. Oh, God, Briscoe is bleeding pretty bad. Pretty bad. Crimson Mask time. Botchamania transition right there. I'm sorry, Cody was better in AEW, not we, Cultaholic. I disagree. I think he gave a lot in AEW in the way that he was like, I will never challenge for the big boy belt. And we got to see his dog be terrified. But I think everything he did there was an integral part of him being the size of star he is now. I think without AEW, there's no way the hype is there. Cody is the biggest person to jump, right? Meant the most for him to jump. I don't think any jump will feel the same. Maybe Moxley if he ever went back, but I don't ever see that happening. But I think that WWE have kind of just allowed him to continue, I guess, that character. So I think it's more Cody overall having more control. But I think in the way they present him, he feels like a really, really, really big deal. Come on. No. Come on, Mark. Dive out. Dive one door. Come on, Mark. Yes! Crutch! Doors aren't shut. Come on, Briscoe. All right. Mark gets a stay of execution. Fire extinguisher. We're going full PS1. Mark, please. I don't think we'll ever see Moxley in WWE again. It would be a license to print money. It'd be like Guns N' Roses getting back together original lineup, even though it's not the original lineup. Levels of license to print money. If you got Moxley back and you were able to do the Shield again. But I just don't see it ever happening. Russ is sort of set up for the Batista entrance, isn't he? Just like that. He just looked like he was having a bit of a stroke there. Sorry if you can't handle hot takes. I think it's a hot take. I think that it's a license to print money if he goes back. But why would Toni let him go? Because he needs to. What does Toni get out of letting him go? What would Russ's theme song be? It's a very good question. It's got to be some sort of douche music. Cherry Poppin' Daddies or something. The Zoot Suit era of 90s American punk. Any song by Travis. AEW gets Cody if WWE gets Mox. Why would WWE let Cody go? Mambo number 5. Yes. Who let the dogs out would be infuriating if he took a full 5 minutes. Briscoe is absolutely pissing blood. Straight through a table for Ricochet. But that was pouring out of him as he stood on the turnbuckle there. They're going to have to clean this up bad afterwards. There's blood everywhere. All right. Ricochet's going to capitalize here at the last minute if he's not careful. Ricochet's just covered in blood now as well. Oh my God, he's bleeding a lot. Big fan of blood though, but it's a lot of blood. Straight over. J Driller didn't happen. Too Sexy by Right Said Fred. Lisa McMullen. I said yesterday it cost me £800, 2 tickets for Clash at the Castle in Glasgow, and that was the floor seats, and like £600 for SmackDown, same as before, floor seats. Cardiff was like $450, $500 for floor. And now it's in the thousands. It's just exponentially. But unless people, I just got stabbed with the scissors, making it so much worse. How much more blood? Particle man, doing the things a particle can. What's he like? It's not important. Particle man, is he a dot or is he a speck? If he's underwater, does he get wet? Or does the water get him instead? Nobody knows. What a song, man. I missed them when they were doing the Flood tour. I was absolutely gutted. Oh, no, he'd get in trouble for doing that in TNA. He just did that, but with the scissors. Naughty, naughty. Oh, more scissors. It's just Mark Briscoe getting stabbed in the face this match. Oh, God. And again. Not a single fan has slapped Ricochet's bald head. What he's doing. I'm seeing double. 4 scissors. Oh, Ricochet's going to win. God damn it. Oh, I'm 2 down. Can I even come back? Have I lost? What were the predictions? Oh, I think I've lost. Oh, no. The only other thing we differ on, I think, is Anarchy in the arena. Oh, no. I'm at the mercy of Pachiti's punishment planning. Brilliant. Already lost. Why on earth's Andrew making Adam do BDSM? I've not seen Adam in a harness or anything. He's just been dressing up like a saucy maid. I wouldn't say that's very BDSM. Russ would be deflated if he was... Yeah, somebody spare a thought for Russ. Scissors are very dangerous for Russ. Eric Brunton, hello Sam. Hey, what's up with you over there in England? All right. How are you enjoying the AEW Double or Nothing event so far at the moment? Eric, thank you. Eric, thank you very much for your question. So far, I've not hated it. I think there's been some oddly long moments. Wasn't a fan of the Mercedes victory. I enjoy blood, so that was kind of a thumbs up for me. I'm very worried about what this punishment's going to be, because it was very vague, and the sinister look in his eye told me that it wasn't going to be something I was going to enjoy. Moving on to the Hurt Syndicate versus Sons of Texas next. Yeah. Well, let's recap the results so far. So far, on the main card, Mercedes defeated Jamie Hayter, FTR defeated Garcia and McGuinness, Ricochet defeated Briscoe, and we're moving on to Hurt Syndicate versus Sons of Texas. I say hello to Ireland, David O'Sullivan. Hope it's good over there. Hope it's not as rainy as it is here right now at 2:22 in the morning. Hope you've got some vows ready. I really don't want to get married again. BDSM, I like that. Getting 10 minutes in the cage with Russ, but he'll do me in. What, Stephanie McMahon on the other channel in purple lipstick? What's going on? Are we talking the other Stephanie? The one who's trying to usurp Stephanie McMahon's good name. Russ is overpowered. He is very OP. Looks like I'm going to need to resub to the Patreon if I can manage it this month, says Daniel Young. This is, yeah. Subscribe to the Patreon, patreon.com/cultaholic if you want to see what sort of doom awaits me with a punishment called Play Your Cards Right. Oh, man. I'm so worried now. We're getting the Ring of Honor champions out first. Why? Why did they give it to Mercedes? Fatu's a bit old to be the future. He's like the very near future. He's still going to be the future. Stephanie Booker is the future along with Breaker and Fatu. I agree. I think Fatu has so much upside. I think that he's going to be an absolute wrecking machine. Breaker, especially. I mean, he's got a massive, massive career in front of him. Don't make me hand wash Andrew's waifu body pillows. His waifu body pillow is staring at me across the room right now. It's looking sticky. It's looking very, very sticky. Simply morbid, sadistic curiosities. Can't lie, mate. It's going to be very sadistic. He was really upset with me after Hell in a Smell. He's clapping his hands right now wherever he is. How old's Fatu? Probably in his 30s, but age doesn't really matter anymore, does it? There was once upon a time when you hit like 32, 33, and it was like, God, get out of the ring, you old man. Sam will become the new body pillow for Andrew and Adam. That would have to be... I don't even think we could do that on Patreon. We definitely have to use Russ's OF account. Maybe you'll have to watch Bamzuki. That's a fate worse than death. If Zilla makes it to WWE, I'm sure he will. He's only like 19? Josh Tilley, age mattered when they wrestled 300 nights a year. Now they look after them more. It's all good. I think the diminished schedule means just longer careers in general. But like, if you look to Japan, people are still wrestling well into their 50s. David O'Sullivan, I don't really follow football as much as I used to, but if I had to support any team, it'd be Newcastle United. Like, when I do watch football, it's Newcastle United. When I remember it's on. I haven't seen the new Godzilla Kong trailer, but I bet it'll be an absolute mental action thrill ride again. Yeah, I thought Hayter winning, Eric. I thought Hayter winning would have been an interesting thread. Sort of like a massive roadblock on what has been Mercedes just winning and winning and winning and winning. And it's like, it's fine to build a massive streak, but like, I'm just sort of starting to get a bit bored with it. So Fatu's the same age as me. He's got ages. He's got absolutely ages. 10 years. At like the top, basically. Mark Arthur, I think the new Superman will be better than Man of Steel. I think the Snyderverse was an interesting concept that ultimately didn't pan out. But I'm not really a Superman guy. I saw we got European football. 33, still a pup. Exactly. Yeah, I like Batman. I really like Batman. I used to be a Marvel kid, big time. Spent a lot of money chasing variant covers and getting very angry when they started dropping more and more and more. And especially, like, some of the stuff, if I ever had the money to collect comics, I'd want the McFarlane. Some of the McFarlane Spider-Man covers are, like, burned into my brain from when I was a kid. But I think it was Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns. That, The Long Halloween, Dark Victory, and even in New 52, like Court of the Owls, it was like Batman's just way more interesting than Superman. Still not seeing the Robert Pattinson Batman. I've heard good things, but I was kind of nervous about it, I'm not going to lie. He can't be worse than what do you call him, though? Ben Affleck. Long Halloween and Dark Knight Returns are like my main two that I can just read them again and again and again and again. So this should be a fairly I was going to say it should be a fairly straightforward one. It's going to be drawn out because it's Ring of Honor champions versus AEW champions. And you can't just steamroll your Ring of Honor tag champs. Oh, he's a fantastic actor. I just think it's I just didn't know if I was ready to I got so burned by Zack Snyder. So burned. McFarlane figurines. I've got the McFarlane Akira set, and I had them I ordered them from Japan. I got them really cheap. But they had been in like a shop window so long that they had all like the plastic had like frosted over basically, so I couldn't even see the figures, so I had to open them, which annoyed me. But they're beautiful figurines. Which wrestler would be the best Batman? It's Macho Man Randy Savage. He's got the voice. Rate the Batman, Sam. I liked Bale. Clooney is somewhere near the bottom. Batfleck's the bottom. Adam West's way up there. Michael Keaton is way up there. Your man, Kevin Conroy, is probably the best Batman voice actor of all time. I want was an S3S-85 surface-to-air missile as Batman. Kilmer. Oh, God, yeah, how can I forget Kilmer? Not great. Kind of worked. Conroy, it's Conroy's voice, man. Like, because I grew up watching the animated series as a kid. He's the perfect Batman voice. Keaton's at the perfect age now to do The Dark Knight Returns, but Snyder ruined it with Batman versus Superman. MJF is helping out little bits here and there. That's what I think it's going to be tonight, is he's just going to be getting in the good books. People are expecting too much too soon, I think, with him potentially messing with them. But he needs to prove his loyalty. The Turd Syndicate. Nice sign. Favorite Joker? Cesar Romero was creepy. Nicholson's up there. Ledger, obviously, because I was like 14 or something when that film came out. And, I mean, Christ. Come on. Joaquin Phoenix is one of my favorite actors, all-time favorite actors. But I'd still say Ledger has him pipped. I think that's the thing. Pattinson is proven massively. He's a phenomenal actor. But I got so burned, like, on comic films generally, that I was like, I might just give this one a bit of a break, watch it at some point with a couple of cans, and then go, why didn't I go see it at the cinema, and get really annoyed at myself. Which channel do I watch? In what regard? Romero's, like, creepy. Like, Romero's, like, he skirts that fine line between the campiness of the original series and just the kind of weird brokenness. Oh, God, Leto. I'd forgotten. He's somewhere, like, burning in the core of the earth if he's on a Joker list of worst Jokers. Hamill, obviously. Yeah, the makeup over the mustache is hilarious. I remember when they unveiled Leto's Joker and it was like, oh, he's covered in tattoos, and one of them says he's damaged. Ooh, and it was like, no, this man has a cult, and nobody questions the fact he has a cult. The man has a cult. Ah, what a power slam. Snap power slam has got to be one of the best explosive moves. Done right. When you get the head scarily close to the mat. Cash Corleone, I know what you mean, but come on. Michelle Pfeiffer is the best Catwoman, of course. Sometimes you just have a cult. Favorite Power Ranger? Tommy, Green Ranger mode. Because he's all kind of like, he doesn't know whose side he's on. And he's a bit of a bad kid. But then he turns to the White Ranger and it's amazing. But Jason probably, because when I was a kid, it was, pre-Green Ranger was when I started watching. Jason is the man, the absolute man. And dropped. Lashley straight back in there. There's no way they win it. They can't. Jason, Red Ranger. The person in real life was involved in scams, though, allegedly. Well, don't go looking into Tommy, Green, and White Ranger. There's a lot of Power Ranger people have been very non-Power Ranger outside of the gimmick. Ankle lock on. Dustin can't tap to that. In comes Sammy. Nice. Rana. The Red Ranger in Wild Force killed his roommate with a sword. The one that had a Japanese TV service over lockdown because, of course, like, what else? You bored. What are you going to do? But nice. SSP to the floor. Dustin with a chance, but this can't be a pin. That's it. Nice kick out. Zen Kaija was like the 40th anniversary of Super Sentai, and it was one Ranger, but his team were like human-sized Zords. It was really weird. And Dustin cut off on the top rope. Nice. Another kick out. This will be a longie, this one. MJF's offering the ring. They're doing VR Troopers comics. Oh my god, yes. Aiden's been telling me the Boom, I think it's the Boom series of Power Rangers comics have been getting really, really good. Dragonberry Mead, thank you very much for your donation there. I'll answer in just a second. You said, if the Cultaholic crew of Power Rangers and your Zords were based on your favorite wrestlers, what would your Zord be and what color would you be? Well, you got to be Red Ranger because it means you lead the group. And it means you're the coolest. So Red Ranger. Although I could be Green Ranger and be the one everybody's like, oh, what side is he on? But, I mean, it's clearly just a giant 500-foot tall Bill Goldberg, guys. Headbutts every building, gets a bit startled before the fight, the rest of the team take over, and then he hits a spear for the win. Through 50 buildings full of people. All right, Dustin cleaning up here on the outside. MJF's starting to get annoyed. After Bobo was like, don't use the ring. Oh, MJF went to punch Dustin, got caught off. Lashley's just looking at MJF. Stopping him. Smiling. Fist bump. And spear through the barricade. I've not seen any of X-Men 97, but I've heard very good things. The Nile Ranger is so niche. Sam is not a Power Rangers. He is Lord Zed's minion. Lord Zed was cool. You can't pretend he wasn't. He had big chrome skeleton and all his muscles were exposed. And a really sad backstory. Oh, Sammy caught off mid-dive didn't even make it out the ring. Oh, get up, Sammy. Giant knee. VR Troopers was, yeah, it's been talked about in a lot of videos. It's a weird follow-up. And that's it. Hurt Syndicate retain. Not without the problems with MJF, but MVP's embracing him. Bobby fist bumped him. He's still got them fooled, I think, but they're going to probably have to put a pin in this and have a word with him about it at some point next week. Beetleborgs. Oh, my God. Yeah, Beetleborgs was... so after Power Rangers sort of ended, we had... What? Was it In Space and then Zeo? And then sort of... Because we were always a couple of years behind anyway. I think it was after Zeo and when Turbo started coming in. We're going up to Okada Speedball next. But we got Big Bad Beetleborgs. And I remember it was a very, very marketable program because they had like those Beetle morpher things that flashed and the wings opened and everything. Turbo, Zeo Turbo In Space. Yeah, because In Space, is it In Space they bring back Jason as the Gold Ranger, or is that Zeo? I can never remember. But Zeo had like the cool like star-shaped visors and everything, and the slightly more sculpted masks, and the first sort of era of just the flat-faced ones. That was Zeo, yeah. In Space, I remember watching. Nothing compared, though, as a kid to, like, the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Beetleborgs was the one where they were pals with Frankenstein and the Wolfman, right? I'm not going to lie, I don't really remember much of it other than the ridiculous, massive outfits. And didn't they have motorbikes? Wasn't it like a spin-off of Kamen Rider or something? In Space had a Ninja Turtles crossover. I need to go back and watch this now. MJF is an absolute snake. Oh, we knew that anyway. Can we get a like spike for Okada versus Bayley? Who have you all got? And why is it Okada? 60-minute time limit for the Continental Championship. I know that Jason David Frank was working on his own Power Rangers film, like unofficial one, at the time of his passing. I think it might be out now, or they might be finishing it. Do you know what blew my mind as a kid? It was like so you'd see Men in Black the film, and then do you remember Men in Black the animated series? It was like so much more sinister. And then when you read the comics, it's like, oh, it's way more sinister. The whole aesthetic of that animated show, though, the Men in Black animated series, was flawless. Rita Repulsa, Pandora the Witch. Bailey's out first. Okada was a bit. Did she bring the Bailey buddies with her? Sadly not. She's not wearing any shoes tonight. He's giving me Balatro vibes. And the change is dropped. Here comes Okada. Ivan Ooze was a weird choice for the film. It was like, just here's a whole new bad guy. And then we had the ninja segment where they're all wearing like ninja gear. The first Men in Black film is, God, I remember when that came out, man. Wore the tape out. It was one of my favorite films when I was a kid. SMTV Live is the GOAT. I think all that survives on YouTube, if they're still there, is there were 2 DVDs of like the SMTV best of. They're both about 90 minutes. And if you watch, you get a You get some Kurt Angle appears in one of the backgrounds of Chums. There's loads of weird WWE crossovers. Bayley is dressed as Balatro tonight. Want Bayley to win now. Remember Scooby-Doo? I remember, like, having Cartoon Network. We'd watch so much, like, Flintstones and Jetsons and stuff. Men in Black 4 starring Agent Russ. Damn right. Rush Fitness, I can't say I have, but I will give it a Google. Godzilla animated series, I completely forgot about that. Ed, Nettie, Timeless. It did have trouble. It had Higher Ground from Red Hot Chili Peppers in it as well. This should be a banger, even though the result might be a complete foregone conclusion. This should be unreal. Mark, I think they're going to use it to set up a wider universe, so fingers crossed it's good. Wonky donkey. It's just Dex screaming, it's got a rhyme, and calling kids stupid. Telling them to tell their parents, because the parents told them what the answer was and it was wrong. Telling them to tell their parents that they're stupid, or they should be ashamed of having such a stupid child. Timeless TV. Jackie Chan Adventures. Do you remember the magazine that came with the, what were they called again? The talismans. I think you can get 3 good films out of Street Fighter if they're structured well. But I think it's all in how they approach it, right? But Mario sort of bucked the... like, because obviously for years, movies based on games were terrible. Mario kind of really, really proved to all of the suits that you can make a hell of a lot of money. And yeah, Mario's a legacy character. Sonic, everybody would argue, maybe wasn't ever going to do that well as movies. Sonic did well. I think as long as you approach it right and you just put enough lip service in there while taking it in your own way, you can really make something matter. So Street Fighter, I do see working as a new franchise. They should just be playing the Balatro theme throughout this entire match. It's all that's going through my head right now. Demon Headmaster. I think I remember a bit of, but I think it was slightly before my time. Zelda TV series. Aren't they doing a film? Because they're just going to go, oh, look, it's Tom. Tom, what do you call him? Playing Link. He's Spider-Man, and he was the guy from Uncharted. Now he's Link. And we're going to make him speak. They should just, it's like Yakuza. It should just be animated. Jungle Run. Nice. I don't know how he wrestles barefoot. It'd terrify me. Well, that was like I came in right at the time when Cartoons was taken off. So like, so spoiled. Right, Dexter's Lab, Cow and Chicken, Johnny Bravo, Powerpuff Girls. You had like the tail end of it was Ed, and Eddie. You had things like Fat Dog Mendoza. Angela Anaconda, which creeped loads of people out, but it was that weird decoupage style animation, which was like beautiful, even though it was creepy. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh my God. What is Cow and Chicken? Are you... Oh. It was filth is what it was, but it was like just an utterly bizarre show that would have segues into another show called I Are Baboon, or I Am Weasel, sorry, about the adventures of a weasel and a baboon who was very envious of the weasel, and the baboon was stupid and the weasel was cunning and smart, and everybody thought the weasel was really cool. But you'd feel bad for I Are Baboon, but he was also a bit of a knobber from time to time. The devil character, he did always have his bum out. the red guy. Rocco's Modern Life. Yeah, Nickelodeon were killing it in that era as well. Doug. And then Doug went to Disney and it was never really the same. Cat Dog. Keenan and Kel. Obviously. Oh, my God. Pinky and the Brain. Animaniacs. The Warner Brothers division were killing it in the 90s. The Amanda Show, Ren and Stimpy. I think I was slightly before, but I still saw Ren and Stimpy. Angry Beavers. Who remembers Yvonne of the Yukon? There is a pay-per-view on, Mike. It's very good. Are you watching? Earthworm Jim. Goddamn. Okada's just starting the slow destruction of Bayley here. I am 33, about to turn 34, Lisa. So we'll have probably been watching the same TV shows. I put the screw in the tuna. Dragonberry Mead, beating me out by 2 days. Nice. All right, Bailey's getting his power back. Not going to tolerate having his face stepped on. Going chop for chop with Okada might not be a smart move, though. Trapdoor, goddamn. I remember that. He's speedballing up. Never heard of Pirates of Blackwater. Bailey just drop kicked to the floor there. Bowers, Super Friends, Jabba Jaw, Hong Kong Fooey, Bluetooth, Falcon, Dynamut, Captain Caveman. Oh, Captain Caveman. I think I was really lucky with Cartoon Network doing so many reruns. Because they had, was it Boomerang? Where they just did all of the old stuff. But we watched so much Scooby-Doo as kids. So much Flintstones. Captain Caveman, though. The boy. Nice. Oh, my God. Bailey dodging a baseball slide there. Just springboarding into a moonsault. Wacky races. Let's just watch old cartoons now, look. We should just have sound effects going on from all the classic shows. Hanna-Barbera, yeah, I mean, like, Tom and Jerry as well, like... Some of the old stuff is still just amazing. Bailey delivering the kicks now. He's definitely speedballing up. Standing moonsault. That ain't enough. Of course it ain't enough. The banana splits. Oh, God. Reboot. Oh, my. That's just unlocked a core memory. Davin, on the pre-show, Jeff Jarrett was not wearing a hat. Told you. He's never once worn a hat in his life, and you can't show me an image that hasn't been doctored with CGI. Hellboy, thank you very much for your donation. You said, got to pick with you an X at Heathrow before WrestleMania 32. Nice. Lovely to meet you. Hope you had a wonderful Mania. It was my first Mania. I'll always remember it, and my house is burned into my brain because of it. Still love that song, even though everybody hated it. Mark Arthur, thank you very much for your donation. Screw the rest of them, put on old cartoons. We'll have to see what we could get away with, potentially. I don't think we'll get away with much. But Thursday streams could get very cartoony. I don't remember much of Reboot, but I remember it was one of the first sort of CG shows I remember as a kid. It had like weird, like floating skateboard things. And it was all based inside a computer system. Hey, speedball rolling up. Nah. But I remember I had figures. I had Reboot figures because I really liked the show. Kicked away the middle finger. Massive elbow. Planted. He's wise. He knows the Falcon Arrow will never get a 3 count. X-Men, even if it was just the theme alone and an intro and no episode, it was the greatest thing ever. Knees up. WWE licensed the rights to Scooby-Doo for a long time. There's a couple of Scooby-Doo's at WrestleMania. There's a fair few crossovers with wrestlers being in Scooby-Doo movies. And so, yeah, anybody who thought this classic cartoon conversation wasn't going to be wrestling flavored. But they did the same thing with Surf's Up. They had like a weird deal in place where they were... I don't know if they were fully licensing them, but they were doing like some sort of deal where it was like crossover. Very bizarre. DuckTales. Speedball reminds me of a young Ricky Steamboat, says Bowers. I think in terms of spirit, definitely. In terms of tightness in ring, but he's just got such a repertoire that, but the thing is, if Steamboat was around today, he'd be doing half the stuff as well, surely. It just blows my mind that, like, he's just capable of doing stuff with gravity that shouldn't be possible. Okada's just had a little walk to the corner for a sit down. And, caught the leg. Shoved him. Oh, thanks, TV. I missed that. TV was like, gonna power off. Definitely saw more Animaniacs than I did DuckTales. What we got left after this one, then? We've got Timeless Toni, Anarchy in the Arena, the Trios match, and Ospreay versus Hangman. So still a ways to go on the card. My TV did try to F on me. Moonsault, knees. Oh my God, the moonsault knees on the apron. I don't know what he was thinking about going for first. He had his leg. Bayley once again going for the kick. Gets it this time. Time for the knees again. Missed. And massive drop kick from Okada. Again with the knees. Surfs Up Wave Mania. That was it. And another Okada dropkick. Right to the mush. Oh! Roll out of a Rainmaker into a back kick. And again. Okada's out cold. Just grabs the rope. Referee did count the 3, but caught himself. Has had to tell the timekeeper, nope. And Bayley can't believe it. About 5 a.m.? Oh, it'll be nice and sunny, hopefully, by the time I leave to head home. What's Bailey going to do? Right, he's standing on the wrists. Kicks? Yeah, okay, here we go. Okada's going to catch him here. No, down he goes. Brian, you've just unlocked Elmer Fudd in my brain. I can't believe I forgot about Elmer Fudd. Okada laying in the lariats. He's Okada-ing up. Oh. Back and forth. Bailey rolling through. And Okada. No, I thought he was going to just sit on the chest. That was close. That was really close. Oh, massive spinning back kick. Now it's time for the knees. He's not going to land it. Okada's up. Oh! Drop kick. A massive Okada drop kick. Mid. Moonsault knees. Straight into a Rainmaker for the 3. Okada retains as expected. Heading into All In, where hopefully we're going to unify those 2 belts. Too many belts. Completely shocked Russ, but he's loving it. He is. You can see the look in his eye. He's got the dirty look in his eye of a man who's just enjoyed that wrestling match. Look at him. Can barely contain his happiness. All right, bro, Ceratops, how you doing? JBL was always Foghorn Leghorn to me. Yeah, I see that. Too many belts, not enough pants. Very true. Okada, Omega coming up in the near future. Definitely. I reckon All In, we unify those into an intercontinental title of sorts, if you could imagine such a thing. We move on to Toni Storm versus Mina next. Where are we? Where are we? Toni Mina. Wah-bah! Rob Parker was all Foghorn Leghorn. Except for the time he goes French in WCW in the 90s. Bubbles, are we back to talking about wrestling? I thought this was a retro cartoon stream, lol. Well, we're in between matches. Go nuts. Do you reckon we're getting Anarchy semi-main then?
I hope in the next year or 2 we get a proper Okada versus Takeshita world title feud. Kind of a passing of the torch like Tanahashi did for Okada.
Spider-Boy Eli, thank you very much for giving Russ that idea there. I agree. I think Okada Takeshita could be a massive, massive feud if they play it right. It definitely, I think, it lends itself to that kind of passing of the torch situation. But I think the roles have to be very much Okada being the reluctant figure who maybe doesn't want to get put down by the younger talent. Takeshita needs to be the valiant underdog coming in to kind of... Or you could go the other route. You could have him being kind of a bit... You know, my time is now, old man. Jacob Fatu is Taz. ECW Taz? Takeshita is too perfect of a heel. But I've got a feeling he can do it all. Screw that, Lisa. Enjoy what you enjoy. Lord Bushi-san, what tattoo did you want as a younger person but didn't get or got put off from getting? Weirdly, I wanted a Japanese sleeve, and I let people talk me out of it, and now all I want is a Japanese sleeve. Which I'm kind of like, why didn't I just go with my idea? But yeah, so I kind of regret that. I've always wanted a Pixies tattoo as well, but I've just not worked out what I want yet. The Looney Tune guy with the guns in the hat was Yosemite Sam, yeah. Luther's there. Dastardly Luther. The Great Khali is Thwomp. Elmer Fudd was the Wascally Wabbit one. Yosemite Sam was the rootin' tootin' cowboy with the big red beard. Miami 7. Blue Peter. The Queen's Nose. I remember the Queen's Nose was like a big thing when I was in primary school. That and Bernard's Watch, where the kid could just stop time with his magical timepiece. I do not remember Looney Tunes back in action. As we get underway... This should be an absolute banger of a match. Luther getting the crowd hyped with his cowboy boots. Mina's already got a win over Toni leading into this. So... that and building to All In, Toni is the biggest star they've got right now. You can't not have her there with the women's title. But it doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion. But the one foregone conclusion is this is going to be a hell of a match. Where's Ross? Ross has insomnia, so he can't do the late streams. So we're joined by his Mexican non-union equivalent, Russ. With his lovely mustache. Has Ross got a lovely porno tash like that and a teardrop tattoo? Russ is bringing stuff. Grange Hill, that was for Tories. All right, Toni extending the hand. And foolish. Spidey boy, I'm going to have to find that. Any excuse to watch more classic Brendan Fraser. Everybody loves Russ. Russ is what it's all about. Right, trading pins, and Mina then going straight for the shins. Mr. Mega Man, I really hope so, because it was going to be so good, and then they just shelved it. Again, I don't know how this doesn't rail. Somebody standing full weight on the back of your knees. Why does Russ kind of look like Adam? You're going to have to ask Adam if they're related. Mone versus Storm headlining All In? Potentially, but I hope Storm retains. And Mercedes learns a valuable lesson. Come on, ref. Toni had her shoulders down. Start counting. What's happened so far? I'll do you a quick rundown there, RJ. We have had on the main card so far, Mercedes Moné won the final of the women's Owen Hart tournament. FTR beat Daniel Garcia and Nige. Ricochet defeated Briscoe. Hurt Syndicate defeated Sons of Texas. Okada defeated Speedball. And now we are at Toni versus Mina. After this, we have Anarchy in the arena, a trios match between Paragon and Callis family, and then Paige versus Ospreay, which is likely going to main event. Elden Ring, so like, the thing with the AI videos was, it was funny because AI was really crap at the time. And now AI is getting really scary. So it's like, it's not crap anymore. Like, I think it'd be unsettling, but I don't think it would be as crap as it was back then. I think that was the charm of it. So I'd be interested in looking at it, but I don't really want to feed it any more stuff. It's AI. It's going to take all of our jobs. It's terrifying. All right, Tony's starting to work over the lower back. Just specify you want it to be bad AI. No, that ruins the charm of just typing in, I want this. And then you just use the first image it gives you. No refinement, no nothing. If that's a picture of Kane in its mind, that's the Kane you're going to use. Mark Arthur, I missed you. Sorry. Thank you very much for your donation there. You said Toni Storm versus Sasha Banks at All In's the only choice. I agree, but I just don't want Mercedes to win. What do you do with her after that? It's just been so boring. Turner, monstrously heel, stripper of all the things that she covets. Right, Mina cutting her off. Nice. Tornado DDT. Giant knee. Tony just getting leathered here. Goldberg's in it. It's the greatest movie of all time. I'm going to have to see it. All right, Tony getting the knees twisted. And to the floor we go. Stay out of it, Luther. Oh, Luther cutting off Mina and getting what he deserves. Luther remaining on his hands and knees. What's going to happen here? Not what I thought. That was nice. I thought she was going to step up, but no, she like torneoed over him. Mina diving, taking out Luther. Okay, Luther's out at least. More high stakes, more drama. Mark Gallagher, the lapel mic isn't really best suited to a room like this. A mic like this is much better for just sort of capturing voice for a video this length of time. Lapel mics you got to worry about quite a lot, but echo especially. There's like a little bit of slap back echo in this room, but this is quite good with just capturing the voice and not really capturing much more. Okay. Oh, figure four rolled straight through to the ropes. Toni having none of it. I feel bad that tabbing back in, I thought Russ was Jack with a different hat. What, like he's just wearing a hat that is the Parker's entire mask? Mariah is probably going to get involved. Yeah, I don't like that though. Like, I think that you still need to like provide the best quality you can provide with stuff. If people deliberately start making bad edits to confuse or make people clear it's not AI, it sort of ruins the whole point of the skill set. That, and if people just make that, that's what will be fed to AI, so AI will just make what people are making. It just needs to go away. Okay, more back and forth. Just trading strikes now. All right, kicks to the knee. She's targeting that knee over and over again. So release German. Toni is Tonying up. Another release German. Those were the golden days, Spidey boy, when AI was kind of naff. It was the best. Tony's suffering with the knee now. Mina's just got to capitalize. Again, drop kick to the knee. Davin, I think it's all in tasks. So I think you pick a linear editor you like. Kick out from Mina. Pick a linear editor you like Premiere, or I know people still use Final Cut Pro. DaVinci is free. Vegas is out there. But it's all in setting yourself tasks and learning. I guess learn the software as much as you can from... You don't really need to even take courses anymore. Like, YouTube is full of it. But I think it's things like... When I was learning to edit, it'd be like take a comedy film and cut it into a trailer and turn it into a horror film. Take a horror film, turn it into a comedy film. You sort of learn how much you can control the tone of something by minuscule cuts and timing. I think I've always said that people who play an instrument tend to have better natural rhythm with edits. Or people with just better natural rhythm anyway seem to gel with editing a lot quicker. But it doesn't mean it's impossible if you don't play an instrument or anything. But I just think that there's like a natural sense of rhythm that comes with editing. But it's all in what you want to make. So like if you want to make films, you can learn how to edit films. You can read books by editors like who've cut Hollywood movies. You can watch dissections of like why a certain edit is the way it is and why that makes it a powerful edit. It's all in what you want to do with it. Still a great deal of it, Mark. Still a great deal of my job is editing videos. I tend to work on the long-form projects more than anything at the minute. I didn't go to a school for editing. Oh, nice. Mina just taking Toni down again. And kick out. I just did normal school, normal subjects. I was interested in things like art, writing, like English language and literature and stuff. Got to sixth form and dropped English and took film studies because my English teacher was horrible. Had two teachers. One would be like, hey, we're going to watch Shaun of the Dead, and everybody'd love it. And then the other one would be like, hey, here's how you set up a tripod, and nobody liked it, but I was like, oh, I like that. But the teacher would show you all the kind of, this is how you set up a tripod, this is how you turn on a camera, this is how you, like, open software, this is how you import a tape, because I started back when tapes were still used. He was also the teacher who was showing you, like, all the weird films, like Eraserhead and stuff. Mina again? Nope, kick out. But through that, I learned, like, a bit of rudimentary editing. And then I was really lucky to get introduced to a community media project, who then introduced me as part of that media project to an actual practicing editor. A guy called Mike and a guy called Steve, who worked at a company. They had their own post-production house based in Gateshead. And I kind of just got to sit and watch them work and, like, just pick up little pearls of wisdom from them. But they just encouraged me to just cut as much as I could and, like, learn, like, what I liked and what I didn't like about what I was doing. And if I didn't like something, why don't I like it? Work out why. Mina again! Target in the knee. Figure 4 locked in. But I think that community media is a really good place to start. And I think it gets overlooked by a lot of people. There's always a community media group. And they're always willing to help anybody in the community, so long as you help them get their projects done. And usually it's a wholesome project, and it'll be something that's helping out the community, or it'll be like a short documentary about the area you live in or whatever. But nowadays, like, the YouTube's full of so many different amazing people. Like, when I learned Blender, I was just watching Andrew Price. I had COVID, was sick that I couldn't work, so I just taught myself Blender in like 2 weeks. And I don't know Blender inside out, but I know enough to make some 3D stuff now, and it's pretty cool. How did you like editing Hell in a Smell? Well, you don't really have to edit Hell in a Smell. It happens. Bullet Silence. I spent 12 years in a film camera rental house until the industry went belly up. That's, like, it's such a rapidly changing industry. Especially when it's like the amount. I remember when Aries were coming in, like the Ari Digital stuff, and everybody was dumping their kit to then have to invest in less kit. It cost more money. Learning all of the equipment inside out. 1, 2. It just seemed like such a massive shift. So close. And now it's all like online. You just rent a camera and it gets posted to your house. And Toni Storm over. Her leg is knackered, though. Let's see if this knee is going to affect Toni moving forward toward All In. But hell of a showing for Mina. It does still smell somewhat in here. Nowhere near as bad as it did. But there is just a faint lingering stench that hopefully will leave soon. Toni showing Mina props. Ross has already beat me, Lisa. Her Toni, if you will. I like that Spidey boy. Oh, and they're smooching. Taz just really tried it. Well, sometimes friends kiss. Mina kissing Toni's knee better. Lock up. I will fill you in. So far. Wow. Mercedes defeated Jamie Hayter to win the women's Owen Hart. FTR defeated Nigel and Daniel Garcia. Ricochet defeated Mark Briscoe. Hurt Syndicate beat Sons of Texas. Okada beat Speedball. And Toni beat Mina. We have a trios match. Anarchy in the arena. And Hangman. And surely it's the trios next. It's Anarchy. Wow. Ooh, where is Anarchy? There it is. I really thought they were going to do Anarchy second last. Personal match of the night so far. I mean, I really like Blood, so Ricochet Briscoe was kind of my vibe. But other than that, Speedball Okada was a banger. I'd say still probably Briscoe bleeding that heavily. I was like, yeah, that's for me. That's a little old match for little old Sam. I can't believe we're gonna get a trios before the main. Learned something about you tonight, Sam. What? Keeping note for if/whenever this pops up on Max Law. Love living vicariously through your reactions, though. This one should be a doozy. It's got Moxley, so more blood for old Sam. Trios to cool down. I thought we'd go trios madness as a massive palate cleanser. And then from there, we would go into the main event. Justin is out there. Cover your ears. He swore. He did it. He did the S word. Trios is cool. I know it's cool that, but I wanted this craziness just before the main. I like that the start of Swerve's theme just sort of sounds like ha ha. Out he comes. Is he dressed as Predator? I see a claw. I see a mask. He's dressed as Predator. Oh my god, yes! Nice, 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 nice. Right. I'm going to very, very, very quickly run to the toilet while Swerve makes his long entrance. I'll be back in just a second. All right, Russ, thank you for holding down the fort. Hello. 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 I was really half expecting to come back to Moxley already bleeding, fire, glass everywhere. We Mad Rach, good to see you. Currently watching our boy defend his TNA title. Hope it's been a good night at AEW side. It's been better than I thought it was going to be. Not going to lie. Like, I thought it was going to be kind of routine, and it has largely been kind of the expected outcomes. But I feel like there's just been a great display on AEW's part so far, match-wise. Couple of ones went a bit long, but other than that... But they're kind of good at just putting together consistent matches, aren't they, in this regard? It's what they do in between. Sam, how rude Russ was in the middle of a story. Oh, I'm sorry that I broke that up. Do you want to keep going? Mirror Master, thank you very much for your donation. Jesus Christ. What's your favorite Disney animated movie, Russ? Don't go all shy now that I'm back. I'm going to have to watch Battleground tomorrow. He said Little Mermaid earlier, did he? We might, yeah, his foot has been a bit of a problem throughout the evening. At least it's moved. It was like here originally, which made it like worse, so much worse. Out comes Kenneth. Oh, he's got a Captain America shield, guys, but it's got the Omega logo on it. If he doesn't frisbee that at somebody and it doesn't have the saw in it like the new Doom shield, then what's the point, Kenny? I'm sure it's the fox and the nub. He loves a bit of
I am
nub.
so hyped for this like you. I love blood and am a sicko. I do prefer 1v1 personal death matches, but this is always a bit of fun. Surprised we didn't have Swerve enter last, as he was my guest for the music we have for the first half as is tradition.
Well, Russ, that was a great point. Brought to you by Quinn. Yeah, I think this is going to be just crazy. I like crazy over the top, silly bollocks, right? You know, fighting around the popcorn stands, getting in some fans' faces, jumping off some barricades. I think my stream is way behind. I just need to quickly refresh this window because I think I've just sat back down there. Let me see what happens here when I do this. Oh no, God, thank God. I was like a clear minute behind there. I was like, whoa, okay. But yeah, no. I like a bit of crazy, stupid, ridiculous brawling all over the place. It's hard to follow when you're there in person, though. Wembley, it was sort of... You just see them on the screen and they're over in that corner, and then they disappear again. So it's definitely more of a TV match. Marina giving me Ronda Rousey vibes. I do not like a bloody face into the popcorn. I think that it's just extra flavor for the sickos. We have had no Hammerstone yet. Kenny does have a painted trash can lid, but it's actually his Captain Omega shield. So they're just coming out single file. Oh, no. Okay, no, they're all in different areas. It looked like they were all coming out single file there for a second. Moxley just walking around like an annoyed dad who looks like he's lost the car. He's forgotten where he's parked it. He's been in the bloody shopping centre all day, and now he can't remember where he parked the car. They could, in theory, just like get a car down there and start cutting donuts in the ring. It'd need to be like a smart car, but they could do it. Parked it in the multi-story at the Meta Center and forgot what level he's on. Yeah, basically. Okay. Here come the Bucks. Hopefully the Bucks get folded into small cubes. I used to Elden Ring lore, like back in the PWG glory days, but I just don't know what it is now. I just don't. It just doesn't vibe with me anymore. We don't talk about the cube. If I was Kenny, I would have just taken the mic off Justin and beaten him with it for reading it out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Out they come, finally. Just... Kenny has left the bin on the stage. The founding fathers. Look, they are on the Mount Rushmore, look. We get one side got pyro, one didn't. Got some dollary dues, though. More like founding fathers. Spidey Boy Eli on fire right now. Can we get a like spike for Kenny Omega and Swerve about to go and leather the Bucks? I think it's worthy of a like. Just pile driver, local man style, off the stage. Joe pops up. There we go. Claudio is getting attacked immediately. And now we've split into four-way screen. It's going to be hell. This is... Okay, we're already backstage with Joe. Or are we? Nope. Down the stairs? Nope, backstage. Bucks team's still going. And Claudio into a post. Irene Ludham, oops, just woke up on the couch. What did I miss? What do you last remember, Irene? Joe just eating a bin there. AEW's been about what was expected, results-wise. I think on the whole. I still feel it's odd this isn't semi-main. Samoa Joe and Claudio are now outside. They're just straight up outside. Willow has just been suplexed spine first onto the barricade. Think Moxley was just biting Powerhouse. And Swerve and Kenny are working with Shibata to just murder the Bucks. Ross has won, yeah. All right, Willow taking it to Marina. Like, Kenny's now just... Okay,
New
we're going...
dream match. Eddie Kingston and Local Man versus Gabe Kidd and Moxley.
New dream match. Thank you very much, Spidey Boy Eli. Why is... I'm so excited has started blasting out. Kenny's now clapping his hands. This is... Yep. Right. Fine. We're doing it. Let's have fun. Let's eat a green starburst for the old crunchy advert music. There should be chainsaws in this match. And Claudio is on the other side of a merch table. Joe is now trashing a merch table. Kenny's got a mic. What's going on? The music stopped. Joe and Claudio are brawling back to the stairs. Doesn't quite fit the mood. Kenny's calling for different music. Okay, we got Bodies by Drowning Pool. That's the type of music we need. That's it. Now I'm invested. Moxley still isn't bleeding. This is the secret, Tony. New metal. We just need blood. New metal, blood. That's the only way to run a wrestling promotion. Moxley have a fork there? What the hell was he holding? Kenny is just getting people singing along. Drowning Pool getting a nice big payday out of this, hopefully. This better loop permanently. If Kenny calls for more music, it's getting a bit ridiculous. Okay, yeah, Moxley did have a fork. Joe's now got a tensor barrier. Moxley is tearing open Hobbs' head. Now he's biting it open. Joe just hurling a tensor barrier about. Buck's getting thrown into the crowd. Oh, and now the jugular with the fork. Okay, yep. Cut to a nice big wide there. Kenny is just DJing the match. Is that legit? Oh my God. I'm not going to spoil it. If you don't want it spoiling, don't look at the chat. Where's Limp Basket? That's a question we've all been asking, Mark Arthur. Kenny going to go for a dive? No. Attack from behind by a little wheelie. Okay, Kenny going to get superplexed onto them? As they all stand there going, don't throw him onto me. No, don't throw him here. We're just 17 security guys trying to have a nice time standing here. Don't throw him. Stop biting his face. We don't want blood and someone thrown on us. Some guy's showing his can of beer to them. Security are still going, no, don't do it. Now Hobbs is here. Yuta's about to get absolutely thrown to death. And he does. Security are no longer waving. And Moxley is just crawling around. Okay, bodies are started again. We've got the song we need. Is Hobbs going to powerbomb Kenny? Or is he just helping him? Okay. Kenny, moonsault, taking out Mox, who just arrived. We've had a fair amount of blood. The Briscoe blood was pretty hefty, though. There was a point where he was on the turnbuckle, climbing up after already bleeding quite heavily, and you could just see it just pouring out of him. Just literally pouring out of him. Kenny's shield is battered. Okay. Claudio's getting nailed with the bin lid. Joe's having a whale of a time. Mox is now back with Hobbs. Okay. Moxley's just stomped Hobbs real brutally. Still got the fork. Shades of Abdullah the Butcher here. Still going with the fork, just gouging his forehead. Swerve's got a chair. Hobbs is bleeding. Buck onto chair. The music must loop forever, Ian. We got a table. Table in play. Claudio just getting wiped out somewhere in the crowd. Omega getting stomped on as Matt Jackson wraps his knee around the post. They're trapping Kenny there, sort of, with it. No. Hobbs. Finally! Hobbs put Mox through a table. Brilliant. Moxley has blood on him, but it's not his blood. Once again, if you don't want the outcome of NXT spoiling, don't look at the chat. But it's obviously going to be what people are talking about in the chat. Okay, we're starting to gravitate back to the ring now. Oh, we were. Now, I think Nick Jackson's trying to pull trick. It's sort of in ring. Kinda. Half of it's in the ring. You'll probably give him a hefty amount for the company at some point, Elden Ring. Hello, Charizard Ranger. And Willow and Willow and Marina are now outside. I'm just like, oh, it's gravitating toward the ring. No, it's not. Marina into the production truck. Willow just hurling stuff out of a bin. Bottles, glass bottles, okay. Smashed her in the face with a bottle. Willow very much leading here. And she going to dump her into the glass. No, through a table. No! Table didn't break. That's a hefty table. Marina is getting just dominated here. Now we've got Shibata and Wheeler outside. Now they're back inside. Shibata's just laying it in. And Wheeler is in a big wheelbarrow bin thing. We're back in the crowd. It's left the ring again. Shibata is sprinting with Wheeler. Didn't quite have the desired effect, but smashed him into a garage door in the big wheelbarrow bin. As Drowning Pool get a third payment. Shibata's taken some barbed wire off a big foam cactus. Is now wrapping it around his boot. And kicking him in the chest. Wheeler is not having a good time here. Bucks are taking it to Swerve on the ramp. He ducks, and they drop him with a DDT. So the Bucks just standing around wasting time, posing. But behind them is Kenny Omega in a bin with his logo on it. Okay, video screen coming into play. Oh, reversed. Oh, Omega directing Nick's foot into Matt's face as he's carrying the bin. And then they just launched the bin off Kenny's head like it was a beach ball. This is just back-to-back destroyers. Kenny's new thing, the bin man. One up from cleaner. Swerve diving off the stage into an uppercut from Claudio. Joe is also down. Oh my God. Getting the massive... What the hell's going on? Claudio did the swing, driving Swerve into a stage monitor, and the music has stopped because he smashed the speaker. We've cut to Moxley kind of breathing with his mouth. Mid-dive, Kevin Dunn's ghost strikes again, even though he's still alive. Hobbs wiped out. More bin for Omega. Maybe now we're gravitating back. Marina is bleeding. Although she's just overtaken Willow on the ramp. And she's got a frying pan. It was just Moxley going... What, like, they cut mid-dive again. The music has stopped. Swerve was put through the speaker. Marina's got a chain. Judo throw. She's still got that chain. What's she doing? She's like putting it through her ear or something? Losing at Mania to Randy Orton as a new star isn't a squash. Can we stop using the word squash incorrectly, everybody? Oh, God! She's padlocked through her ear! And Omega through a table. And also, any loss you don't like, there's got to be a reason for it, right? There's too much to cover. These matches have got to be impossible. Shibata driven down, head first. Moxley just using the edge of some smashed table to cut Kenny. But yeah, it annoys me when people are like, oh, they lost. That's a squash. It's like, no, it's not a squash. It's not a squash at all. If it was a squash, it would have been one move, foot on chest, 1, 2, 3. I haven't seen the All In Texas prices. What are they? Elden Ring Law, he's in his contract. Yeah, we have no idea when his contract's up, and he's as good as a WWE talent given how much they're using him. It also means that his opponent is going to have to work for TNA now. This is still going. Claudio has a table emerging from gorilla position. Aren't I friends with who? I know Joe, yeah. Okay. On top of the screen? I've worked with Joe before. Joe's an incredible human being. One of the hardest working pro wrestlers I've ever met in my life. Well, people. Flat. One of the hardest working people I've ever met in my life. It's not like... yeah, we're all like on really good terms with Joe. But yeah, to say that Joe would be upset for losing to Randy Orton at Mania is crazy. Like, to say it was a squash would be crazy. And to say that a high-profile situation that's just unfolded for Joe involving intercompany feuding at a level that we've never seen a talent signed like Joe's been signed is crazy. I have no idea what breed of dog is. I'm immensely proud of Joe Hendry. This is the kind of intel we need more of, Sam. God damn it. Oh, chair just hurled straight at Hobbs. Come on, Bucks, get me a win. Get me a rare win on this evening. EVP trick. No, we now have a forklift with Swerve on it. A guy who looks like Eric Bischoff driving it, but it's not Eric. Stomp from Swerve off the top of a forklift onto the Bucks. Charizard Ranger Ross has insomnia, so he can't do late night streams, which is why we have his Mexican non-union equivalent Russ with us this evening. Mike Medeiros, it's hardly supposed to be a 5-star technical classic, but it is getting a bit ridiculous, I'll give you that. Okay. I think we're finally, for the 5th time I've said this, we're finally starting to get back to the ring. Willow is being unlocked from the chain through her ear. That was gnarly. And Matt's been dropped. Nick's been dropped. Willow's free. Marina's got a chair. Hobbs doesn't even react. Claudio comes in. Again with a chair. Hobbs doesn't even react. Turning round slowly. All right. Spinebuster. Okay, Buck's back in. Mox is in. Joe's in. Oh, who's going to tap first? Yuta. Everybody, finally, we're in the ring. Who's going to fade first? Everybody's in a hold. We got Swerve. Oh. Stereo dives.
If Ross can't do late nights, he should give up the belt and someone else takes his place.
Mark Arthur, thank you very much for your donation. You should take it up with Ross. Oh, we got a stable. You should take it up with Ross. If you want him to give up the belt, I'm sure he'll have some strong words for you. He's a very proud champion, and he's just won it 2 shows off the bounce. But Ross's health is most important. Hopefully soon he'll be able to return. But obviously, in the meantime, we have Russ with us. Hobbs just telling him, staple me in the forehead. Swerve. Staples. Moxley getting stapled in the neck. The key there is pay-per-view. They're trying to offer the value of the cost of the product. They do go on a while, but I get why they have so many matches. More staples. Staple to the Johnson. Marina with a low blow on Swerve. Now Marina has the staple gun. We're going to staple his lip, his tongue. Staple in the tongue. I think Swerve's going to be out for a bit. Willow with a spear. Yuta gets a spear. The Bucks get a stereo spear from Willow. And now it's Willow and Moxley. And Omega's back in. Dragon suplex. Dragon suplex. Dragon suplex. Marina. Leg caught. Spat in his face. Shouting, "Do it, you pussy," at him. She's slapping him. Dragon suplex for Marina Shafir in 3, 2, 1. There you go. Kenny looking strong now. Kenny in the box. And double super kick. Hobbs getting laid out. Shibata laid out. Joe laid out. Nana laid out. And the ref's like, come on, don't do that. Yeah, lay the ref out. How dare he question that? Ref is down, or one of them. Willow laid out. Swerve through a table. Nick through a table. Willow. And pin broken up. Okay. Still going. It is 4:04 a.m. right now. We got 2 matches left. And one of them is Hanger Ospreay. We're going to be here till about 5:30, I imagine. Yuta off the top. Joe back in. Taking it to Claudio. Mox getting back in. Okay, Mox and Joe now in the ring. Uranagi. Are you off Elden Ring lore? Ah, what? Hook's turned up. And he's just shook his head at Samoa Joe. He laid out Claudio with a golf club and then shook his head at Joe and walked off. Muscle Buster on Moxley. Kakina. Kenny holding back the Bucks. Swerve holding back the Bucks. Hobbs. Gabe Kidd is in with the briefcase that has the title in it. So we've had Hook. Gabe Kidd's here. Surely we're going to get Eddie. Gabe going straight for Kenny. Pile driver on Kenny. Utah's in. What have they got here? Thumbtacks in Kenny Omega's mouth. Okay, EVP trigger with a mouthful of thumbtacks. Claudio with the swing with a mouthful of thumbtacks. Utah with the drop kick. Mox. Omega is now fading. Joe getting in, breaking up the Bulldog. Gabe taking it to Joe. It's all getting very busy now. Gabe's rolling out of there, and he's off up the ramp. Taking Joe out of the ring. So Claudio and Utah are dragging Joe off with Gabe. Ambulance is there. Oh. Mark Briscoe back out and covered in blood. Now staring down Gabe Kidd. Gabe biting Briscoe. This is still going on. Gabe straight face first into the back of an ambulance. Moxley's got Shibata by the neck. The crowd are going to be exhausted after this. They're just piling them in the ambulance. Get out of there, Joe. They're in the back of the ambulance, but that's not how you win the match. We just have the Bucks in the ring with Kenny and Swerve now. I know wrestlers who use subtext. They're all cowards. Corey and Casey, after this, I'll run down the results so far. Mark Arthur, thank you very much for your donation. Well, what happened at NXT and AEW pay-per-view tonight? I had no idea what's happened at NXT, but I can run down AEW after this match. We'll have a latest result. Nana has the new Swerve shoes, but they've got thumbtacks on the bottom of them. Don't just look at them, put them on. That's it. Take 5 minutes taking your shoe off. We've got Swerve with 2 spiky shoes on now. We've got Omega. Both Bucks separated now. Oh, explosion! Explosion after going through a table. Oh, straight to the face. Thumbtacks off the top rope. And Swerve mercifully ends the match with a double-footed thumbtack shoe stomp to the face. Still got a staple in his tongue. It was an electrical box explosion. It went ba-boom as they went through the table. It was quite impressive. Big fudge, too long. A little bit. Just a little bit. They're just oddly weighted, these matches, because they... I guess at least it wasn't semi-main. The crowd are going to be so tired in the next one. We're going to a trios match next. Thought we would have had Eddie Kingston. But no, we have Gabe Kidd. I was wrong on all of my differing guesses. Show recap now for you. So far, we have had Mercedes Moné defeated Jamie Hayter to win the Owen Hart Women's Final. FTR defeated Garcia and McGuinness. Ricochet defeated Briscoe in a very bloody affair. Hurt Syndicate defeated the Sons of Texas. Kazuchika Okada defeated Speedball. Timeless Toni Storm defeated Mina Shirakawa. And we've just had the good guys win Anarchy in the Arena. Next up should be Paragon versus the Don Callis family before we move on to Hangman Page versus Will Ospreay. Shortest match of the main card tonight so far was Hurt Syndicate versus Sons of Texas at 12 minutes 35. So we are watching Hangman do press-ups now backstage. Like Spike for the ridiculously stacked and long card. Ospreay getting taped up. But first, we got a trios match. Quickly, let's just put a 20-minute match in there. We're getting a big advert for All In now as they clean up all of the mess at ringside. Good guys won Anarchy in the arena. Any crazy turns or storyline changes? I mean, not particularly. We had Hook turned up, helped Samoa Joe by quickly taking care of Claudio on the outside, but then he looked at him, shook his head at him, and walked away. How many people bled in the match? A couple. A star from Duck Dynasty has passed away, apparently. Paragon versus Don Callis family up next. We don't have a prediction for this one, so let's swap that out for no match. There we go. Could have really done with some local man, definitely. There weren't enough chainsaws in that Anarchy in the Arena match for it to be considered Anarchy, if you ask me. Why is Lisa shouting for Adam? Needed more people pissing themselves for it to be a local man. No, the pissing and pooing happens backstage before you go through the curtain, and everybody looks at you and goes, you know there's a toilet, right? Like, you're such an embarrassment to this company. And then your status goes down as a professional wrestler. And then if you don't have time to jump in the shower before you go to the ring, then everybody knows you pooed yourself. Lisa loves Adam Cole so much. Well, Takeshita's out first. Josh Alexander next. Sometimes you fall in front of a train. Usually it's the opponents. 3 out of 5 chainsaws. There's too many people aren't leaving the ring with their head having exploded. I'm excited to see how the crowd are going to be here. This has been a very long night so far. Lance Archer's coming out. Is he going to go all the way to ringside? It looks like he might. Anarchy in the Arena was won by the faces JC Butterfly, which means it was won by Kenny Omega, Swerve Strickland, Willow Nightingale, and the Ops, Samoa Joe, Powerhouse Hobbs, and wouldn't you know it, Katsuyori Shibata. Like, this match has the ability to get the crowd sort of nice and primed and ready. But I think it's maybe just one too many. Cheeky bit of kill switch to kick us off. Ugh. Who's winning for the Cultaholic title? Ross has beaten me, and I will suffer the fate of the punishment. Here comes Cole. Right. Quick roll up. On to the main event. Come on. Run down, boys. Run down. Don't walk around. Just go in there. Quick roll up. 1, 2, 3. It's just a weird spot, isn't it? Because it's back to kind of normal after sheer chaos. But you can't just go from sheer chaos into the main event, I guess. The main event's going to be super serious. Super serial, guys. I want to see Jack challenge for the title. Jack can be a champ. Jack does what happened. He'd have to be doing it at the same time as reacting. Go on, timekeeper, just ring the bell. Don't wait for the ref, just ring it. Let's go. Come on. There we go, ring the bell. Because they're the Paragon now, Devil Kazuya. They're the Paragon. Elden Ring Law, I get it, but I think at the same time, there's just so many people now could be the face of the company. Cole really should be featured in a much more major way, though. I do agree. Crowd are awake, though. More awake than I thought they'd be. Is it true WWE owned Ding Ding Ding? As far as I'm aware, wrestling matches start with Ding Ding and end with Ding Ding Ding. Like, I'm sure it's two bells to start the match, 3 bells to end the match. WWE, I believe, use a recording, though. Or, yeah, multiple dings for a DQ or stoppage that needs immediate attention. For the main event's sake, I hope the crowd doesn't get too much into it. For the sake of those wrestlers in there, I hope the crowd just sits on their hands, doesn't react. I hope that crowd just turns their backs and leaves in the middle of the main event, just for the sake of that main event match. Oh, this one. I thought you meant the main event. I was like, what an odd thing to say. I think, no, the crowd need to warm up to this one. This is why I think this one's going to ramp its way up, get them excited again, get them on the feet, get the blood pumping, get them chanting, and then we get Ospreay's music hits. Big energetic moment. Hangman is unhinged. He's completely unhinged. God bless these boys, though, for taking this slot. They've got to warm them up. Fletcher getting in and being a bit chicken poo. Okay, we got some kicks and chops and kicks and chops and kicks and chops. Cole tagging in. Loomis wins the stare off. 100% of the time, every time. Yeah, Archer's just floating around, so let's expect him to just completely ruin proceedings. Brother, I've been watching NXT and Double or Nothing and the NBA playoffs, and then Anarchy in the Arena was the only one with nothing else. It had insane music. I was overstimulated for like 3.5 hours. Why is there so... it's Memorial Day weekend over there, isn't it? I was going to say, there's like so much happening. So much happening in one night. It's like, I don't know what's happening. Who won the NBA? Let's check. I think it was the faces. Kenny Omega, Swerve Strickland, Willow Nightingale. No, for the sake of it, I've muted the broadcast and turned on the stream. Just, yeah, slowly turn it up little bit by little bit. Hellboy 2210 no longer can deal with the sleeplessness. Have fun. Good night. Enjoy your sleep, Hellboy. I am very, very jealous. Some a-hole keeps lighting off fireworks near my house. Fun. I hope it's not super late at night. Nothing worse. When somebody's like, I got engaged at 3 in the morning and set off like 100,000 fireworks. John, we are now in the semi-main, which is Paragon versus the Callis family in a trios match. Callis getting involved there, laying into old Roderick. 11:30. That's after 9 p.m. Come on. After 11, that's like hard rules. At least over here. You can't be making noise at that time of night. Wait, so 11:30 on the East Coast is Arizona Pacific time? That's what? Like 9:30? 8:30? 9:30? 8:30. 8:30. It's only 8:30 p.m. there. How long's this main event gonna go? All right. Roddy looking very much like the elder statesman these days. Ooh. Okay, Alexander getting in. And isolating Roddy straight away. Love Alexander. Can't wait to see what we get from him in the long run with AEW. Wasn't over the moon when it was like, he's coming in and joining the Callis family. And it was like, I was kind of hoping for a singles run, but it'll come. I think if it works, there's always a reason to maybe try going back to the well. Fan naff. But it's all in what you do with it once you reestablish it, right? Cole's in. All right, Fletcher once again getting just pasted. And Alexander being kept at bay. Callis, I think, is really good at just being the most contemptible man, right? I think he's very good at being contemptible. It needs to maybe get a bit more Raj. I think it can be a bit too cheesy at points, but I appreciate the overall picture with it. Lance has now sat down at commentary. It is not a trios title match. And Fletcher once again just getting yeeted to the outside. And then Kyle comes in with a giant knee. Alexander. Okay. Alexander's isolated now. It's going to be interesting to see what Hook's rationale is here. But it was a juicy little head shake of, and Joe just kind of took it in stride after a little bit of confusion, hit the muscle buster. I think I'm going nuts. My TV and Sam keep saying my name. I'm not saying Xander. Xander. Xander, Xander, Xander. 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 All right. We got a double down here. Hot tag's about to happen. We're going to have Cole and Fletcher going at it. I'm streaming after this? Yeah, sure. Well, let's do 4 hours of trucks. Okay. No Panama. Straight into a super kick. Takeshita's back in. And now Cole is isolated. Alexander. Suplex. Wapa. Corner charge. Fantastic teamwork here from Callis family. As they hoist Cole up to Takeshita on the top. Mega powerbomb. And Paragon breaks it up. Who won the Omos giveaway? You're going to have to ask Adam. Roddy with a nice slide through there. Takeshita running in with a chair. Roddy cutting him off. Oh! O'Reilly just came from off-screen flying knees, taking Takeshita off a chair. And Alexander's just been folded in half. Spine onto the barricade. Fletcher now isolated in ring alone. Roddy tags in. O'Reilly tags in. Big boy strikes. And Takeshita straight in because Cole just watched him run past him.
BTW Sam, while I remember to ask, have you seen the British sitcom that David Lynch and Mark Frost made? It's called On the Air.
Magnum Weight, thank you very much. I have On the Air. I've only watched the first episode, but I know that it only aired in full in the UK and Japan. It might have aired in full in Germany as well, but I know that America, it lasted a couple of episodes and it didn't really pan out. But it's another one of those fascinating sort of like what ifs, innit? But I like the style of it. I think it's a bit more ridiculous from them, which I quite like. Thank you very much for your donation there as well, Magnum Mate. Show's on 3 hours, 32 minutes. All right, we'll go 4.5 tops. Okay, Kyle has got Fletcher fading. Takeshita once again saving the day. Elbow pad off. Wapa! Elbow straight to the face. And Fletcher. Ooh, balance. Brainbuster. And Fletcher picks up the win. All right, Dina, how you doing? We'll wait to see if there's any shenanigans. And then Sammy Boy is going to have a whittle. And then we're going to come back and watch the main event. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Russ. Black Hole Eyes, thank you very much. I've just started tying it because it's just getting longer, but it's not long enough to do anything fun with yet. We Mad Rage, there are plans to do more truck sim, don't you worry. It's coming. It's coming. There's a whole structured plan. We're going to get the final of Marble Mania out the way first. And we're getting fighting. Post-bell fight and Lance Archer's in there. What are you doing, lads? What are you doing? Is there about to get murdered? Is there about to get murdered? Archer's just laying them in. Jesus Christ. Oh! We got Roppongi Vice coming in, just laying in the boots on Paragon. It's not Paragon's night. I'm good, Dead Waffles. How are you? Is it just me that it's jarring watching a pay-per-view in the early hours and starts to get like, of course it's jarring. I can see sunlight coming through the door already. It's starting to... Hounds of Hell! Ishii and Brody King have shown up. My boy, 141! Stone Pitbull. Look into the back. Who have we got? Who could it be? Hiroshi Tanahashi's here! The ace has arrived. Or at least his music's hit. And here he is, playing his air guitar with his phenomenal hairdo. Tanahashi's here. Oh, they're cleaning house. Tanahashi just walking down like a boss. Go Ace. Go Ace. Go Ace. But mainly go Stone Pitbull. Yet still no Eddie Kingston. Fletcher getting bodied. Brody looks like he's going to try and just corner Beal him to death. Okay. And Cole stands tall. I don't think it was Wednesday. Because we would have included it on the predictions. Thank you, Spidey boy. He is having a great time. With his great mustache. And his teardrop tattoo so you don't mess with him. Right. Just, come on. Go to the video package so I can run for a week. I've broken the seal, everybody. I've broken the seal like a fool. Like a fool. Can we get a like spike for Russ while I'm away? Right. Back in a jiff. I'm back. Has Russ behaved? Oh, he is very excited to see you all. I like. I leave. Russ is alone, and we get all these. We get all this activity. So we are here. Oh, he's gone past full chub. Completely past full chub. It's quite the hefty appendage. Russ did it Jamaican. You can't do accents like that, Russ. They'll get us into trouble. Let's just double check. I'm just going to do this. When we go. Yeah, okay, right. My thing had fell behind so far again that I was like, oh God, I'm not back. Full nub. It's lasted way longer. It's lasted nearly 4 hours now. Yeah, I just ran for a wee, and it is just getting bright outside. I don't know how I'm going to sleep when I get in. He's so excited for the main event that he's at double mast now, guys. Oh. Show them how excited you are, Russ. Maybe he's not that excited for the main. There you go. He's nice and excited for the main. Rooty, if that's true, then we're going to have a bit of a tribunal. Double nub. So, right. Hold up. Horse versus goat. Me and Ross have both gone for goat. Horse out first. On a horse, please. On a horse. A horse riding a horse. No horse. If Ospreay doesn't come out on a goat, then what are we doing? Yeah, he could be sat on Warhorse's shoulders right now. If he does the hobby horse, he's going to have to ask Chavo for permission. Hanger. Get in the ring. Get in the ring. Get in the ring. Okay. Are we both going to be in pink and black attack gear? We should be.
What's her opinion on work MMA and wrestling? Also, how's the show?
Bagel, thank you very much for that. My opinion on worked MMA and wrestling? Well, I think that given that it's wrestling, so long as it's done well, that's the thing. I think if it's too overtly like fake, then it harms it. But I think that if you have something that you can convey the aggression and the anger of it, I guess. But it's a fine line because otherwise you end up going too far and you get Shayna versus Ronda at Mania, which I just think people weren't really ready for. But I see it becoming more of a hybrid style down the line. Obviously, it was a massive thing in Japan with things like UWFI. Ospreay's got a big speech intro. I wonder who's winning. Wow. I'm the best wrestler in the world, he says. What if Hangman just pulls out a cowboy revolver? But Kay, I'm glad that you've been able to have some fun tonight. I hope that things improve soon for you. Here he comes. There's the music. Here he is. And he's in gold. But where's your pink, Will? Where's your pink and black? He's got sort of pink on. I don't like how it enforces the MMA tougher than pro wrestling mentality, says Dragonberry Mead. Like Lesnar and Ronda are treated as above pro wrestlers because they do MMA. The thing is, though, Dragonberry Mead, I agree, but I think at the same time, when you're watching Lesnar absolutely batter a man bloody on TV, it's almost like you're sort of holding it to hostage because you've seen what he can do. So he has to be that much of a wrecking ball in wrestling. So he has to be treated like a walking weapon, right? So I think it sort of limits certain talent who are like mega stars in the MMA scene, because it's like, well, use more of an MMA style. But I think if you take MMA elements, I think it can be done in a way where it feels more real, I guess, while also telling a story, conveying emotion. But it does feel quite limiting, I think.
Check the numbers. Any Owen finalist that wore pink to the ring wins the Owen. Mercedes wore pink. Hangman's wearing pink.
Nerd Girl Jen's World, thank you very much for your donation there. That's what I was thinking. We went Ospreay, but feasibly it could be either of these two. I wanted Ospreay just to make it something a little bit different when we get to All In, but Hanger makes sense. Plus, it is the big picture with we're all wearing pink and black. From Raynham. Russ is a master of several martial arts, so I think MMA is a bit beneath Russ. He's done things that we couldn't even comprehend. Ospreay voted against Bulldog's spot on the Wigan Walk of Fame. Russ has done many things that are banned in several countries when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. Or gland-to-gland combat. Right, here we go. It is 4:47 a.m. in the UK. We have a 1 hour time limit. And we got two of the best wrestlers in the world right now about to lock it up. Finger poke of doom, go on. Shh, P-Reg, stop ruining the illusion that the pink's gonna win. What are you gonna get from Weatherspoons after the pay-per-view? Can you imagine? I just go to Spoons. Should we do an IRL stream? Me and the early doors crowd at Spoons on a bank holiday Monday. And it'd be like, what table are you at? Table 46. And you all start sending bowls and bowls of peas and pints at 5:45 in the morning or something. Bottomless hot chocolate. Unironically, the best breakfast item at Spoons is the breakfast wrap. Or at least it used to be. Sam, the more tired I am, the more funny you are, lol. Causation or correlation? Probably causation. I don't think I'm that particularly that funny. I'm weird. I don't think I'm particularly funny. It's just the more we stay awake, the more unhinged we get. They had to actually pay Russ to use Hard Justice to TNA. And Ground and Pound. He invented that whole concept. Crowd are wide awake. Hard Rustus. Oh, my God. What's his favorite type of biscuit? He likes rusks. Not a fan of Russia, though. Mustaches are too big for him. He likes a little pencil mustache. I just woke up. How have you found the show so far? It's lagged at points, but I think overall it's been a fairly... I guess a lot of the results were kind of quite straightforward, but I think that ultimately it's done what it needed to do in furthering things, and I think it's done it in a positive way. There's been a lot of crazy moments. We had exploding table. We had Mark Briscoe just raining blood, like just pouring out of his head from the top turnbuckle to the floor. We've had a fair bit of blood. Moxley going absolutely wild with a fork on Willie Hobbs. We had the Mercedes win. But overall... Oh, and we had the Toni Mina kiss. And then overall, I think it's been a positive show. Okay, still feeling each other out right now. Look at Hangman trying to hit clotheslines on Ospreay. The man's spine is made of, like, springs. Oh, Oscutter attempt. Up and over. Flapjack. Buckshot ducked.
Russ is Seth Rollinsing his way into the finals and winning the Owen.
I turn around and somebody's just gone. He just appears, just hobbling down like this to the ring. It's destroyer after destroyer. Dan Cook, I'm going to sleep, and then I'm going to get up, and I'm going to start editing NCL 54, Let the Cannons Fly 6 for North Wrestling tomorrow. Commentary is going on Wednesday, so I've got to have a rough draft by Wednesday. So I'm going to have a nice little nap. Or we do an IRL stream at Spoons, and then you can all explain to Bowers why the first draft is very drunken. Russ in the G1. I wonder if we'll get Yoshiko in the G1 as well. I never played the Saints Row games, you know. I got Get Out of Hell for free, I think, on Epic Game Store. But I couldn't tell if that was like a DLC standalone thing or whether it was the full game. So I didn't want to play it. But I've heard really good things about Saints Row. At least the first kind of set of them. I know the latest one was a bit, like, controversial for whatever reason. I think they just rebooted the whole story. And people wanted it to continue with the characters from the other ones. That was flawless, Will. Yeah, I think that was the thing, was they were too GTA-ish. Does anybody remember State of Emergency? I remember that the other day. Russ or bust. Russ is just going to have to be on every stream now. More popular than I am. Mark Arthur, thank you very much for your donation. Take Russ with you to Spoons. Just sat there while people are looking at me like, what the F is this? Yeah, one day you'll just tune in and it'll be Russ doing the weekend news. Oh, straight right to Ospreay's chin. Who needs the Rizzler? We got the Rustler. And he's going to be sponsored by Rustlers rather than Costco. That'd be great. Imagine all the microwave burgers we could have in the office for free. Russaholic, join Russ. Don't give him any ideas. Okay, Ospreay up again. Punch of his own. A plush Russ. Full size, I hope. Okay, OneDrive. Who uses OneDrive? Get out. Get out. You're an inconvenience at best that most people are forced to have to deal with because of Microsoft. Ospreay caught. Hanger taking him straight to the barricade. And fall away slam. Joe Hendry, local hero. No Russ for the wicked. We need to... Christ windows, that was loud. It's because it's turned up for the TES. I wasn't expecting it to go like... Bee-bee-doo-boo. We should try and send Russ on a world tour, but I fear it'll be like that... the hitchhiking robot that made it like all the way around the world to Philadelphia and then got smashed on arrival to Philadelphia because Philly can't have nice things. State of emergency. God damn. That was possibly our worst ever show. I remember when we turned up. Sam Horse versus Goat Russ. I remember we turned up, we did a sound test, and they came through going, whoa, 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 you can't have loud music. And it was like, it's a wrestling show, what you on about? There's going to be a crowd in here chanting. They were like, well, you can't have really loud music. There's like, it was like a mothers of newborns or mothers and newborns yoga class happening on the other side of the partition wall while we had our show on. And so we had to keep like just turning it up and getting told off by them. It was just one thing after another, that show. I think most stadiums have a little jail area. We can't have nice things. That's why we're the Super Bowl champs. For now, Jeremy Jones. For now. Bagel Gasquez, thank you very much for your donation. Russ will save AEW from the Death Riders. It will be the most suitable ending. Certainly. Oh, the true Destiny theme. Destiny. This is my destiny. Ooh. One of the most annoying. I much preferred Refuse to Lose. Hangman getting frustrated. Hangman just trying to grind Ospreay down here. Big old rest hold. Russ would look good with 14 belts. I think he should beat Mercedes for all of her titles. Who knows? One day he could even maybe also be Cultaholic WWE champion. Mr. Double Belts. Oh, he's struggling to hold the weight of the world in his hands. Okay. Back to his feet. Trading strikes now. Back and forth we go. Russ would be a much better GM, and he'd get the job on his just on his first night in. They'd just be like, Ava, you can't even compare. Russie Alpha versus Kenny Omega. That's what it should be, the last Skyfarer. And nice. Will just again defying physics. Big dive inbound. Sasuke special taking Hangman straight back down. Feel free to make a wiki page for Russ. If Adam's ever busy and horse piss again, we replace him with Russ. He's clearly more popular. Russ can only save AEW once he's climbed Mount Everest, but Russ has the advantage of being able to fill himself with helium and get even higher than Mount Everest with that AEW flag and make Darby go, "Aw, what did I do all that for?" And Russ is going to go, "No point." And he's going to keep floating by. Okay, Blue Thunderbomb. Russ would be a fantastic president as well. With that mustache, you telling me he wouldn't absolutely rock it? No, there's no point. We can maybe make him sit more upright. No. Come on, Russ. Your people want to see you. Oh, yeah, like Vince Russo. Still just back and forth this. Hangman to the floor again. Rough landing. As Will climbs. Oh, Hangman shoving him to the apron. Hardest part of the ring. And diving lariat. Oh, he'd revolutionized the Joshi scene, coup. Nice. Moonsault. Rusev Day. Who's the Michaels and the Jannetty between Russ and Sam? I wonder who's going to be the Michaels and who's going to be the Jannetty. I wonder. Were you bastards? Okay. Sharpshooter. Should have gone Texas Cloverleaf. Just really extend that knee. Do the Bucks help Hangman win? Hopefully not. I kind of hope that this one will be clean. Dragonberry meat, I think I'm cute. I know I'm Rusty. Rustami Hayashishita. The Russ Break Kid. Why isn't Hangman just hitting burning hammers and pile drivers? This would be over so quick. I hope this one will be clean, Sam, to Russ before every stream. Yeah, one of the Bucks got put through an exploding table. Big chops. Big chopper. And Hangman now just backing Ospreay to a corner going, "Come on, chop me. Chop me harder. You call that a chop? What you doing, son? Oh, elbows now, is it? Because you can't chop me." Punched him right in the mouth. Okay, boot to the face, but it's only made Ospreay up a little bit. He wants another kick to the face, ran up his front, and boot to the back of the head. How does he do it, man? Whoop. On his feet. Handspring. Oh, God. Just a strike to the back of the head off the handspring. And a hook kick. And just a lariat folded him. Spanish fly. If Hangman ate Ospreay perfect, it just backs him in the corner and just starts eating him. Dislocates his jaw like a snake. Slithers up the ramp after also swallowing the belt and the trophy. I'm only hoping for Ospreay because it's something different. I love Hangman, but I just feel like it's something different. The Russie line. Ospreay's sort of faltering on his feet at the minute. Took the crowd a second. Too much time. He gets crotched on the top. He eats the people he beats. That's Hangman's new character. I love it. James, don't be outing Russ's side business. It's a very successful chain of chicken restaurants. Don't look at the books. And certainly don't go underneath the restaurant. Cheeky Nando's. He should just start shipping it out. It should be like the Big Mac kick. I'm sure McDonald's will pay some money. Lest the poop killer come for you. Yeah, you don't want the poop killer there. Okay, headbutts. And Ospreay has fallen. Buckshot off the corner. And now we're going to go again. Proper this time. And hoof to the chops. Moonsault to a suspended Hangman. As the ref was determined to count to 3 on Hangman's forehead there. This is still really competitive. Hangman climbing through. Piley D. Kick out. Off the tombstone. My favorite badly named move, though, of all time, so far on the Nitro review, has been the Razor's Edge. They can't call it the Razor's Edge. So it becomes the Outsider's Edge. Then it becomes the NWO Edge. And the Scott Hall Edge. And then they just start calling it the NWO Slam, even though it's not really a slam, because he just releases them. But it's always the confusion about what they're calling it. They're like, it's the NWO Slam. Styles Clash attempt, but Hangman just hoofing Ospreay in the head with his boot. Up and over. Angel's wings. And kick out. We got a big ref. 1, 2. Kick out. The slam drive. Russo Ramon. The inflatable guy. My stream just gave out who won. Nobody. It's still going. Moonsault. Missed. Ospreay with the hidden blade. Ospreay keeping him in the ring. Smart to do so. Say hello to my nubby friend in Russ face. Just turns out Pachiti's never heard of Scarface or watched it. So he gets away with it. My missus is my cat. I think I'd take Cooper over Russ any day. I can say that safely. He's going to attack me in my sleep, isn't he? I'm going to wake up like 10 a.m. and Russ is going to be standing over me. Coops is doing wonderful. He's been basking in the sun when it's been out today and hiding under the table when it's been raining. Leg caught. Oh, hardest part of the ring. Powerbomb. And oh my God, his head bounced like a beach ball. Styles clash on the apron. To the floor. Make sure you get clearance. Oh my God. Ref straight out to check on Hanger. Will is grasping that knee. We'll know. We'll see the dent like Undertaker. There'll be a big dent. It landed almost like a pedigree. It was weird, that. Like half Styles Clash, half pedigree. At least he didn't land on the hardest part of the Russ. No one's getting back up after that one. The Russ agree. Russ is over. A pediclash, if you will. Russless aggression. Shelbowski, I am watching on payperview.com. I'm not sure if Triller is active in the States, but maybe check Twitter or social media. Oh my God, Oscutter. 1, 2, kick out. It's getting spicy. Hidden blades coming out. Russ Cutter. Hidden Russ. 1, 2. Oh no, he didn't quite get the Russ count. A friend once called the Styles Clash the front wobble dick donk, and God, that still makes me laugh. I think I read that initially as the front wobble dick doink, And I thought that was funnier because it sounded like the noise that happens when Mole Man gets hit in the crotch with the football. Just doink. Okay, open palm strikes now. Kicks. Ospreay is getting aggressive. Driving up the outside, but not to the floor. Ref trying to pull Ospreay away. Get out of it, ref. You're going to let a bald man treat you like that, Will? Bitch slap him. Tell him to grow some hair. Pile drive him. We're about to get... No! Oh, Hangman face first into the announce table. Don't worry about to get a buckshot there. Stone Cold Steve Rustin. Today I learned Hangman is bald. It wasn't Hangman, it was the referee. Bloody Bryce. That's it, Will. Keep driving his face into it. It's incidental. It's not a weapon. Incidental. Is this how you want to win? Yeah. I want to win. Just absolutely turn his head to mush. Right, Ospreay has removed the guard off the announce table. The poor Spanish announce table is about to get it. But it probably won't. And Hangman will clear that away from your feet. Clear that away from your feet. Pedigree. Pedigree. Go on. Rent free. Up and over. Oh, no. No, man. Oh, man, that would have looked so sick. Table collapsed as they were going for the move. Thankfully, they both seem all right. Let's see a replay. Ospreay is grabbing his head. Show us a replay, man. Let's have a look. Yeah, they both land safely. They're both all right. Ospreay's lower back might have landed on a table. Sorry, a chair. Oh, a table. Of course it landed on a table. A chair leg. Hangman now. No. Oh, my God, did I? Right onto the collapsed table. He's completely speechless. He's still having a good time, though. Bless him. That table had... Damn, I had 3 days to retirement. And Will's probably just 100% going, just put me through the other one. Put me through the other one. Okay, Hangman is setting up for the buckshot. He's staring wildly at Ospreay. All Ospreay's got to do is do a massive drop kick straight to his chap, and then Hangman will fold in half for a cheeky pin. If he kicks him in the belt buckle, it's like the putties from Power Rangers, to go back to an earlier conversation, and he will just go and materialize into nothing. Okay, for real, is there anyone else to learn? I know Russ from Cultaholic, no need to try. Well, Russ is the be-all, end-all. Oh, it's a challenge. Go for your buckshot, son, and I'll go for my hidden blade at the same time. Let's go. Ride him, cowboy. Oh, the elbow pad's coming off a Hangman as well. We got a duel. Pistols at dawn. 18 feet. Middle finger. Oh, Ospreay turned inside out. Ah, and he kicks out. Go on, Will. Please don't do what with the leg / foot again? It's just his leg. He gets really inflated if you grab a hold of it. He gets tense. If I start folding his leg over, if I just... Look at how tense he's getting. He's getting really tense. It's just a little tug. Just a little nub action for the chat. Ospreay just laying in punches and hanger with a big elbow. And a boot. Here comes another buckshot. This might be the hidden blade. Hidden blade! Stormbreaker. Oh, kick out. Ospreay's got him where he wants him, but something tells me it's not going to go the way he wants. He collapsed. Hanger collapsed under the hidden blade. Ospreay lying in a heap. Both of them lying in a heap. Corey and Casey. I can't see your news question. This is good. Some would say awesome. Some would chant it. In the thousands. But these people have never seen Russ work a match. Ospreay on his feet. Hangman looking knackered. And he's doing the pointy pew pew. And V-trigger to the back of the head. Hangman holding on. One-winged angel? Oh, package. Oh, Ospreay's leg just in time. This crowd are getting blue ballsed. Ah, my tooth is hurting. J Cross, to each their own. To each their own. It's Bootios. I got that for 8 whole pounds at a house show in 2016. Oh, Russ ain't blue ballsed. Russ is loving it. Oh, Buckshot reversed. Stormbreaker reversed. Kick blocked. Buckshot coming up. And folded inside out. Buckshot for the win. Hangman Page has defeated Will Ospreay. to win the Men's Owen Hart Foundation Tournament Final, advancing to All In to once again not get the job done. Roll on another year. Are you entering the draw to become a permanent resident of South Park? I can do that? That's a thing? Really thought it was going to be Ospreay. Just to give us a bit of something different. Charity contest raising money for the LA Fires. Hell yeah. Absolutely. If Pacitti doesn't know about that, he'll lose his mind. Let's watch it out. What a good closing sequence. Folded him. Up he gets. Wabang. Waboom. Waboom. Russ. He got the Russ count. Baldy ref. Counting quick. So that Will Ospreay couldn't win because he didn't like the fact he was getting a bit aggressive. Thank you very much, Bob. Well, we've still got a little bit to go. Hangman's just got the belt around his waist. Anything could happen in the AEW Federation. We get the confetti. We get the drama. We get the dropping down to one knee, being all sad. Because he's just so happy, guys. He's not sad because he's crying. He's happy because he's crying. I thought he was going to punch the ref in the face there. I was going to go, yeah, punch the ref. Punch the ref. What we got? Double or nothing, signs flickering. So we got Moxley versus Hanger at All In Texas. Moxley to retain, Death Riders to rule for another year. Where's it going? Nobody knows. That's what we're getting. That's what I want. That's what I want now that Ospreay didn't win. I want another year of Moxley just kind of going and then pulling a fork out and jabbing somebody in the forehead with it.
That is easily my favorite match ever. My fave has fucking won, and on my birthday, July 12th, he is going OT get his redemption. I am very drunk, and what a fucking night. Thank you so much for the Kamapni San. You are always awesome. Love you.
Thank you very much, Quinn. I can't believe I got through a whole, 6-hour stream or something without swearing. And Quinn saying this is easily my favorite AEW match ever. My favorite has effing won. And on my birthday, July 12th, he's going to get his redemption. I'm very drunk. And what an effing night. Thank you so much for the company, Sam. You're always awesome. Love you. Love you too, Quinn. Thank you so much. As Hangman returns to the ring. Standing over an absolutely devastated Will Ospreay. He's going to lift him up and go, hey, we're buddies, pal. Me and you, we're friends, me and you, pal. Lights go out. Imagine Hangman just bitch slaps him. Hangman's just like, you're pathetic. Whoopsh. Or there's just an uncomfortably long beat down or something. It just goes on for 20 more minutes. I can't believe I made it without swearing once. I was about to say I made a whole stream without swearing. Oh, love it. That was so funny. Hanger shaking Will's hand. And then the lights go out. Here comes the money. Yeah, money talks. Here comes the money. And out runs Shane. He just sweats all over the stage. Hangman slips over. Lift it up. Lift the cup up. They've definitely screwed that to the plinth. Both of them have kind of just gone on it. Power Rangers run it. It could happen. Everybody gets one. Raccoon Quinn, it's fine. Don't worry about it at all. Right, that was AEW Double or Nothing 2025. Thank you very much for tuning in. It is 5:30 a.m. right here, local time UK. It is bright and daylight, sunny outside. I am going to get myself home. I'm going to try and just sleep, but we'll see what happens. Thank you all for tuning in. In terms of the show itself, I'd give it, I think overall it was a positive show for me. It was a bit slow in places, but I think overall it was a positive. It kind of had all the right setup for All In, and that's really all it was for. It felt this time. Oh, we got the music coming back, even though it says thank you for your audience pay-per-view in. I just faded off. Right, I will catch you all on Thursday for Marble Mania's season finale, 6 p.m, twitch.tv/Cultaholic. You've all been wonderful. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You've made my night. You've made my week. See you all later.